Hello, welcome back to the Great Circle, the African Survival Adventure. I'm TJ, developer and creator of the project, bringing a live development stream, and we're going to be testing some combat coming to demo. Demo of the game is available on Steam. Either go to the link in the description or type in the Great Circle at Steam and you can easily get to the demo. It is free. You can download it, add it to your library. It updates automatically almost every day when I upload updates. And don't forget to add to your wish list the early access version, which will be the more full version of the game. It's paid. You'll get notified once that's available. The demo will remain free and available for people wanting to check out the game. And so we're going to be doing some combat here in just a second, and feel free to ask any questions about that, how it affects you the player, what you'll be able to do in the chat, and I'll be answering those as I go. Now, 1 second. The video that you're looking at right now on the screen is actually older footage. It just plays while I'm queuing up development stuff. What I'm actually doing is in the bottom right hand side, and as soon as like the simulation loads, then it'll show over top of the sample footage that you're kind of looking at, as if it's playing on Steam right now. But anyway, the game has been in development for months and months and months. Actually, we're in year 2. Started in May of 2020, which means actually we're going to be coming up on year 3 this year. So we're still in year 2, coming up on year 3. And there's been lots and lots of progress, lots and lots of forward movement. And one of the more significant things is performance has improved dramatically since the summer of last year. So with those changes, it's moving, most of that's applied to the demo right now, so we're applying the new performance updates and optimizations to the bigger map. Some of you guys have played in early access survival mode of the game, and so soon the giant map that's in there. Let's see, so what I'm going to be doing on stream right now is there are several forms of combat. I'm going to be doing the basic combat, which is basically it's the foundation that if all else fails for like more advanced stuff, like really tricky hunting stuff that I've been working on, the animals will like wait in a bush or wait behind a rock for something to go drink and then attack. If that doesn't work, then it falls back to this basic form to where if it sees you and it's hungry and it alright, so this is the simulation room here. It sees you and it's hungry and it wants to attack you, well, just like this. So we're going to be playing around with some swarms here, making sure the basic does not fail. On top of that, more advanced combat comes, like hunting with like specific strategies, like animals in real life, like herding, this maneuver where they try to get you to go in a certain direction and there's like others lying in wait, things like that. Things like the elephant, blood's getting everywhere. Things like the elephants kind of standing in a circle around their babies and stuff. That kind of stuff is considered a little bit beyond basic. But yeah, this is the foundation. And it's you can tell when basic is on because just looks more basic. The animals don't look as fluid, they don't look quite as realistic in their movements and the way they behave, but they don't freeze. So that's the whole point of it. So as long as basic is working, then it goes the game will put them in a higher consciousness of combat, which is now what's available to them is ones that have alpha status can challenge for other ones for alpha status in the same area, and then they can win the territory or win the right to mate and things like that. All that's considered beyond basic. How's it going? Overcoming. Alright, gonna take me a little while to get used to. Says, hi, I want to offer promotion of your channel. Viewers, followers, views, chat box. Price is lower than any of our. I'm not interested. Thank you, but I'm not interested. I'm only showing off development of my game here. No, thank you. But if you have questions about the game's development, feel free to ask that. Alright. Let me see. Alright, so just some basic stuff that needs to happen is they didn't show a HUD once the combat commenced. Now there's different forms of combat, and also like there's just general combat, which is two characters or creatures in the game try to fight. This could be humans too. There's also hunting, it's basically combat for different reasons. So right now I'm doing the general combat, and in general I want the HUDs of creatures that are engaging in combat to show, because it did not show. Let me just make sure that we have the right hooks in. And I'm gonna hook in the combat music with that. I'm gonna do those first because they seem pretty easy. Is my mic on? Okay, it is. Oh, but the music is a little bit much. Testing 1, 2. Oh, that's better. I go right about. Sure. Stop, change. taking a little while to compile here. Should be ready. Alright, we're gonna simulate. So what we're trying to do here is make sure the HUD show on the creatures that want to attack at the time that they're attacking, if it's a player. So the idea is it's not going to ruin the ambush of the creature. So basically they have to be in sight of the player and running at you for the HUD to show. And the HUD to show is going to show you their health, so you can kind of keep track of how the fight's going, whether you want to retreat or continue to fight. Probably gonna play that track again because I love it. How's it going, Ali? How much is the game? The game right now is free. So basically this is the demo. It's available on Steam. Just download it, add to your library. Demo is meant to just be a way to try out the game. It's always going to be free. Now the early access is going to be the paid version. It's the more full version. It has more stuff. It's the actual game. That price is undetermined yet, but it's probably going to be right up there with other. Hang on, let me put this full screen. Probably going to be right there with like most other survival genre games, like around $20. Maybe a little more, maybe a little less. Not sure. I lost my screen. Here we go. I'm trying to put it on the big screen so folks can see. There we go. How's my day been going? It's been going pretty good. Thank you for asking. I've been getting a lot of stuff done, so you know, always happy with that. Now keep in mind I'm streaming and running a lot of stuff on my computer, so it's gonna look a lot more smooth for y'all folks when you download and play the game. I am seeing the wounds. The wound trackers are appearing on the animal's body correctly, so the elephant got bit in the knee, therefore the wound is on the knee. Soon I'm going to have the blood dripping from there. I should be leaving blood trails behind now, but I don't see any. And we didn't get a HUD, unfortunately. I can see one. Ali says, what kind of animals are there, and are you the owner of the game? Thank you. Yes, I am the owner of the game, creator of the game. Since it's an African survival game, it's mostly African animals. There are other kinds of animals which are considered exotic in Africa that appear in the game. These are there mainly in situations for the single-player campaign, where the story calls for those animals to appear for whatever reason in the story, such as one of the storylines is somebody lost like an exotic pet or something. It went running out in the wild, and when you're playing the park ranger, you go and you try to track down the animal before he gets killed or captured by like poachers or something like that. So there are situations where other animals come into the game, but there's usually some story reason for it. So it's mostly animals from Africa that you're gonna see. They're always gonna be presented realistically in that a native animal is considered a native animal in the game. It's not gonna be like kangaroos, and then we call them native for whatever reason. If there's kangaroos in the game, they're considered exotic in the game too. There's just gonna be whatever reason for whatever that animal is gonna be in there, should be in there. For like a story quest or mission or something like that. Alright, let's try putting this a little further back on the code line here. See if we can get it to work correctly. Not sure why it didn't show. Are there gorillas? Or are gorillas considered? Well, gorillas are number one native. Basically, in the game, if it's anywhere in Africa, it's probably going to be in the game at some point. If it's anywhere in Africa, it doesn't matter if it's West Africa, South Africa, somewhere up north. If it's on the continent of Africa, it has a chance of being in the game, and it will be considered native. Now, the game does take place in a specific location, but the location is a fictional part of a country, a fictional part of Tanzania specifically. And the story is not done, so that may change. So I haven't really committed to a very specific name, geographical location or anything yet. But it's there's something specific in mind. But yeah, there actually are going to be gorillas. There's already 1 or 2 types of monkeys, and I plan to continue to expand that. So why did it not? Oh, okay, I know what I did wrong. So we're gonna do combat is going to ride this. That way it will show. Alright. I figured out why the HUD isn't showing for animals that are attacking. Make sure to check this game out when it's when I get home. Looking good, thank you. Yeah, and let me know how the experience is for you. You know, I enjoy the feedback. Specifically, what I could use mostly right now. Of course, report bugs if you see them if you want to. But like, tell me what's fun and at what point you like start to lose interest or start to get bored. Because that's what I'm focused on. Trying to mesh the realism of what I'm trying to do with the fact that it's a video game and it needs to be fun. You know, I'm trying to mimic the animal's life so you can get the realism out of that. But I also want you to have something to do at every point. Sometimes animals really kind of boring lives. You know, if you look into it, some of them just sit in bushes and hide from lions until the sun until it's like too hot for them to hunt or whatever. But I want you to have things to do. But I want you to like get into the role of the creature that you're playing. And it's also a human game, so not just animals. It's African survival. But there's other lifestyles that you'll be able to look into too. Yeah. Join the Discord. It's linked in the description. And you can comment in Discord or you can comment on Steam. Discord's better because I check that more often. Steam, I get caught slipping sometimes. I haven't been on there in a couple months at one point. But yeah, I'm looking forward to see how we can make it as fun as possible, as interesting as possible. Put Boolean abilities for now. Then I can put the types of combat in. Love this song too. It's so good. Here we go. This should fix everything. Yeah, it's first. Let's put it at the end of the line, and then the next thing, the combat music. Compile that. Just joined? Great. Glad to have you. Glad to have you. I need to start doing more polls on Discord to like vote on stuff. Like I was doing a bunch at one point. People seem to be into them, so I shouldn't have stopped. But like polls for like part of the things that I'm developing right now. Some of the stuff that I'm doing right now, it's like can't really get opinions on them yet because they're integral, but people don't know why. So it's like I can't really ask about them yet. I have to like some stuff in the game is gonna be like you haven't seen it in other games yet, so it's like people won't really know how to really take it just yet. Hang on, let's see. I've been doing a lot of that, so that's why there haven't been polls. I'm gonna start putting those up some more. Okay, we're gonna do another sim. This sim is to see if the HUD is gonna turn on when the animal decides to attack. Is it only me developing? Yes. Just been me the whole time since May of 2020. So I'm a one-man team. Very simple development structure. It's however much I can do in a 12 to 16 hour day. I did 18 hour stream one day. I think that was my longest one. So I get a lot done for a one-man team. But it's so good because I don't gotta wait for approval for anything. If I want to test something, I just go ahead and put it in. I update every day pretty much, or at least like every like couple days, maybe every 3 days. I think actually the last update was like gonna be 3 days ago tomorrow, but it's like I go like that. That's my pace. I like it like that. Okay, go. I don't see a HUD. I don't see any HUDs. Got a bunch of blood everywhere though. Let's see. should have worked. Let's put it earlier on the line and see if that'll help back in. The same sim, just in a different way. Another good thing about a small development structure like I have is if you ever ask me a question, it's basically coming straight from the horse's mouth. So it's like it's gonna be like, there's no speculation. If I say there's blood in the game, that means there's gonna be blood in the game. There's no wait, let me ask boss, let me get back to you. Thankfully, I am the one with all the answers. Alright, let's see if this simulation works. One of the behaviors that I'm gonna put in that I think that is that fits in the basic, which means I'll be able to do it really quickly, is the circling thing. When there's like a big pack of things trying to kill you, I would like it to be just like in the wild, where some of them will circle around the front to bait you, and then others that get behind you will go straight in and try to get to the bite. I can definitely get that working in short order. Also, a qualified cheese. Hang on. Okay, the HUD is working now. I'm seeing the little arrows. All right, so now next thing is to fix the combat music. And the HUD needs to be red for things that want to attack or kill you. So let's see if we can get the combat music hooked into the HUD now. And then the next thing will be getting the HUD colored correctly and making sure you can see the health of whatever's attacking, so you can see how the fight's going. Do I stream on any other platforms? Yes, actually. Basically, the Great Circle's almost on every social media. So we're on YouTube right now, Twitch right now. It's a multi-stream, so it does a bunch of platforms at once. We're on YouTube, Twitch, and let me see what's on. We're on YouTube, Twitch, and then Steam right now. But also, sometimes it's Facebook and Twitter. So YouTube, Twitch, Steam, Facebook, Twitter for streaming. And right now, again, that's YouTube, Twitch, and Steam right now. And then for just general posts, there's also an Instagram account. There's a TikTok. and it basically just permeates. So if I post something, it goes everywhere. Gonna go watch on Twitch. Excellent. Give the game a follow. Also, if you haven't checked out the game in a while, download that new demo. Let me know how the performance has changed for you, because we've made good gains in the last 10 updates or so. Alright, so HUD's working now. We just need to color. Let's go combat music next. I'm gonna just officially just put HUD before the combat. Now. Gotta figure out why the combat music wasn't. And I've restarted the sample video so that while I'm putting up this next simulation, you can see a little bit of the human footage that I've captured in the game. That is footage of the ranger character that you can play either in story mode or survival. But there you can see just kind of walking through one of the savannas. There's wildebeest there, quite habituated, so they don't really run when they see human, because this human doesn't attack. Poachers attack, villagers attack sometimes, but the rangers are there to protect them, so you will get like a different reaction based on the human, or the animals will react based on what they recognize. Oh yeah, this is an African survival game. It's not strictly an animal survival game, so yeah, there's humans that have been playing and been in development for a while. Not only that, different types of humans. I'll go back one, show you the little more video. Replay that video. When did humans get in? At first, I was only thinking animals, but like I got more and more like I don't want to be like the same thing as other games. I want to like I want to try to do more. One of the reasons I wanted to do this game is I wanted to like expand on the experience I got with playing other survival games. So like more than just find water, find food, and hunt and kill things, but like health and poison and living your lifespan and having a story mode, and like I wanted to do much more, and humans is part of that. So yeah, humans have been part of the major goal for a long time. And tech really, like humans, you guys will see most of the people who have been keeping up with the Great Circle are animal fans and have played animal survival games of some sort. But actually, humans are the biggest part of the game. They're like 70% of what the game's gonna be. Thankfully, that's a good thing. Animals are a huge part. But like I'm just saying, like there's so much more content that's gonna be in the Great Circle. So if you like what you're seeing, not only are you gonna get that, but that's gonna be way better than you think. But also, there's this whole other part of this whole universe that you're yet to even be aware is a thing, and that comes in the form of humans, the role that they play in the environment, how they take you through the story and the lore of the game and stuff. Okay, let me see what's wrong with that music. What's wrong? It could just be because the hyena doesn't have maybe I can because this could be a go to each animal. Let me see if it's just the fact that the doesn't have the. Yeah, I've leaned into the human stuff like very. I think it was my first year that I like towards the second half of the first year. I realized, oh, I'm not making just an animal survival game. I'm making an African survival game. This is a bigger game. It's way bigger when you add humans. Way bigger. A lot of work, which is why a lot of games haven't gone that direction. It's hard enough to do just the whole creature survival thing, but when you add people in, you can't treat people like the animal characters in your game. You have to go deeper, and you have to like distinguish the different type of gameplay that is. Otherwise, all it would just be a person running around with a gun shooting things. That'd be boring. So it's almost like you're making like two different games and combining them into one when you do the creature survival versus the human thing. Let's see. The humans have to have storylines. It has to be plotted out. It actually has to be good writing, or else it's just, you know, you're not going to enjoy what you're making, and nobody else is going to enjoy playing it, and it's going to be a huge investment of time, and it's just shouldn't do it if you're not going to go all the way, which is why a lot of people. I'm absolutely doing it, and it will be good. I'm confident. That's a video there of the African rock python, and oh yeah, that's the African rock python. That's only one of 5 or 6 snake species that are in the game right now. That's the biggest one. There's also puff adder, black mamba, green mamba, mangrove snake. I forget the other kind. There's somewhere around 100 species of creatures in this game right at this particular moment. Let's see. The challenge with that creature is I'm not done with it, but getting the constrict attack mechanic to work. I got it working, but the problem is that was in the old combat. Now that I updated the game and I'm putting in the new combat, I'm starting over with a lot of stuff, so I have to bring that constrict code over, but it worked pretty well. I did like a 6-hour stream where the reason actually that I started doing it is because somebody was in the chat and they were talking about Titanoboa, and it was something about the Isle, and the reason that game doesn't have it is because it's really hard to do, and it would probably take them 3 years. So it was like, they were like, oh, it'd probably take you, well, you know, this is a younger game, so it'll probably take you like 6 years or something like that. I was like, really? Alright, let's see if I can do it within this stream. And I did a 6-hour stream where I got it to work by the end in some form. It's still up. It's on YouTube. You can just go to I think there's a live section that has every live stream I've ever done, but if you search the channel Python or constricting mechanic, you'll find it, and you'll see me literally build the freaking mechanic in 6 hours. Yeah, I was a little bit flexing. That it was a little bit like I took it like a little bit like of a challenge. You know what I mean? Because I feel like, you know, I know there are people with more experience and people who have been making games, because I've never made a game before, and but I'm a fast learner, and like I don't like I do things. I try to do things right or to a competent level. So I figured I actually have the enough skill at that point to attempt that mechanic and get it to work in some form. And I just kind of felt like people were like pigeonholing me by saying like, oh, well, because these people couldn't do it or because they haven't done it yet, it necessarily mean that, you know, I don't really have a shot at getting that to work. So I was like, actually, let me show you what I can do. That was months ago. That was like a year. I'll just say a year ago. At this point, I have more confidence and skill now than then. So like when I get to revisiting that mechanic, it's going to be better than when I got it to work then. Let's see. It does have it, and it still didn't work. Maybe in alpha. Let's double check. Ali says, since monkeys will be added eventually, monkeys will be able to hang from trees and swing from trees. Ali, yes. There is actually one monkey in the game already. I need to do work on it because it's like the calls are way too loud and just it's not you can tell I haven't done much work on the primates yet, but I will get to it. But yeah, there's if you play the demo, there's like little monkeys that run around. I haven't gotten the AI to climb the trees yet, but I will. I got the player to climb the trees. The players can climb the trees if you're a snake or a leopard. But I'm trying to get the AI to do that. And for them to be able to take stuff up the trees too. So like if a leopard kills something, they can grab a body and just run it up a tree. Qualified Chief says, is there a way to apply for tester? I think I asked this before, but I want to see if there was a change. Well, technically everybody's a tester. You can actually just be one by playing the demo and go in the Discord and let me know how your playthrough's going, like if you're having fun, or tell me at what point you start to get bored. That info is very valuable to me right now because I'm trying to get the mechanics that are going to make the games focus, trying to get those mechanics solidly in place, like the in-depthness of the animals' levels incorporated into their attack power, their defense, and the differences between the creatures, and the fact that every creature gets its own individual name, and you can have a relationship that's good with one creature versus a different creature. You can have a bad relationship, and the fact that they remember their interactions with you. Like, I'm getting all the mechanics that make the Great Circle what it is to work, but I'm also trying to make the game a fun experience. Hi, Mike. Mike says, hi, I played your game, but are you going to improve the AIs? Because most animals are scared of me, like elephants and stuff. And I'm just a baby giraffe. It's kind of weird. Oh, that's funny. Yes, actually. That's what I'm working on kind of right now. What happened was I switched from the older AI system, which had actually made really good progress in that creatures that weren't supposed to be afraid of you, they weren't afraid. But the thing is, that platform that I was using had a limit to how in-depth I can get, and I want to get really in-depth. So I created a new one, and this one can go much further with in-depthness, but I have to redo some of the work that I did in the old one. So basically I have to transfer the logic and make it work in the new thing. So that's why I lost progress on some things, because Like you can see videos on the old AI system that I had done so much work on, and you would see a lion chase you up onto a rock, and then circle the rock to see where you would try to jump down, and then try to predict where you jump down. Like I had all that stuff programmed in, and then it looked intelligent. It was like a living, breathing thing. So now the new AI system is in, but we lost some of that progress. So like the lions aren't as smart; they just kind of run up to you and try to attack you. But I'm going to get that logic working in short order very soon in this new AI platform too. So the answer is yes. At this moment, the elephants shouldn't be scared of you if you're a giraffe. Maybe it just looks like they're afraid. I don't know. If you hurt something, a bunch of them will automatically run away. It's supposed to be more in-depth than that. So it's supposed to take into account, do you have a relationship with the animal? Is it a positive one? Is the animal bigger than you? Does it have a higher level? Well, a lot of these factors are supposed to be filled in, but I haven't gotten quite to getting that working yet on this new AI system, but I will. So I will get there. So definitely, the elephants are not going to be afraid of mostly anything, actually. But they're not up to where they were in the old system yet. So I will get that working. Other than being hunted, it's one of the things that I think the player should have to worry about is encounters with other animals. Not just other species, but I think the player should be worried about encountering like a male same species that's a full-grown bull that wants to mate and doesn't want let's say that male wants to mate with your parent but doesn't want you in the way, so like they'll try to, this happens in nature a lot, like they'll try to kill the babies to like bring the mother back into season for mating and stuff. That's one of the things that I want the player to be worried about. But I'm trying not to have systems that are affecting the player that the player doesn't quite understand is affecting. You know what I mean? I want to have something that lets you know that that's what's happening so that you can react to it. So that it's not just, why is this thing just suddenly attacking me? You know? You should get like a pop-up that shows angry bull and he wants to mate, you know, and that will be like your reason. Well, you know, this animal didn't have an issue with me, but this one seems to be really aggressive and they want to mate, and I'm in the way it mating with mother. So that's the reason it's attacking. They have different reasons. It's not just when they see you they want to attack you. If they want to hunt you, that's a reason for combat. If they want to fight for mating rights, that's a reason for combat. If they just want to kill off all the offspring from the other male so they can have their own babies, that's a reason. If they're just sick with like a form of disease that makes them more aggressive, that actually comes into the storyline of the game, that's a reason. So I'm building a pretty complex AI brain for all these animals, and they all have their own little spins. Alright, so the music should be working for the hyena, so now I'm just going to retest, see if I can figure out why it isn't turning. It could just because the player's morning music is turning on automatically. So let me just make sure. And it doesn't, I have a system that makes sure like if music's already playing, it doesn't layer it on top, or it shouldn't. But we're gonna see if that's actually getting in the way. Let me see here. A question about catch up on the questions. Qualified Chi says, oh, so does that mean dragging bodies will be a thing? And if so, will it be a ragdoll thing or a more stiff thing? Good question. Yeah, dragging bodies will be a thing. Just about anything that's realistic in real life is going to be something that I'm going to attempt to do in the game. But dragging bodies is a very basic thing that has to be in a game because it happens, and it's so integral to how animals live their lives, and that's what I'm trying to get the player to do, is to live the life of the creature. That involves dragging bodies up a tree if you're a leopard, or like grabbing a mouse and dragging it up the tree so you can swallow it if you're a python or another type of snake. So yeah, dragging has worked on this game earlier, but I have a more advanced and better system now that I'm trying to get that to work now in the new system too. There you have there you can see a snake getting weather damage and just being exposed to the rain for too long. Another thing is the exposure damage is a thing, and you can avoid exposure damage by taking shelter under a tree or a bush or in a cave or something like that. But that's how it used to work there. Let's see. Maybe I'll just disconnect the startup music first. Dang, I have a lot of questions. Let's. Oh yeah, and it's going to be a ragdoll, more of a ragdoll. I'm not gonna say it's just gonna be a ragdoll thing because I want it to be. Ragdolls are good, but they're not fully realistic in how I'm thinking that they can work. So it's gonna be partially a stiff thing, like the spine isn't gonna bend that much, but the legs are gonna bounce around a little bit, and the legs are going to be detachable, so you can actually break off a leg, carry it away, and finish eating it. That would be pretty cool. And you're going to see things walking around. Basically, all the AI can do anything the player can do. So you're going to see AI walking around with like legs in their mouths and like eating pieces of carcasses and stuff. Waiting for this to compile. Question: how is the mating mechanic going to work? From Ali. So the mating mechanic is something I've wanted to do since the very beginning of this game, because it wasn't in games that I previously played. Basically, the best way I can describe that right now is it's going to be a part of the ritual system that I'm building for the game. And what that means is when it's time for your creature to mate, when your creature is in season or has come of age and is able to mate, then you will gain the instinct, which shows in the bottom left hand side of your corner at this very moment. It shows all your animal instincts. You will gain the instinct when it's time to mate. That shows your animal wants to mate. So then you're going to have to do the ritual of going either to a mating area where all the animals that want to mate gather, or migrating to wherever that is, and then you're going to. I basically want you to go step by step down the same animal rituals that happen in the wild. So you're gonna have to go to where the animals have gathered for mating purposes. You're gonna have to win a fight if you're a male, or if you're a female, you're gonna have to basically be the top female, because in most situations it's the top male and female that have the right to mate. And you're gonna have to fight and win, and basically raise your standing to alpha, and then you can mate. And then the mating is going to be that's a separate part. So after you win the fight, then you do move on to the mating phase, where you try and mate with the mate of your choice. And that in and of itself is gonna be like a little mini game, right? So you're gonna basically try to mate, and sometimes it's not going to be successful, and then when it is successful, you'll know. And then the animal gets pregnant. And you see what I'm saying? It's like a step-by-step thing. Once the animal's pregnant, then it has to survive a certain amount of time. It has to consume a certain amount of nutrients so that it can support life for itself and its offspring. And then once it's time to give birth, you know, you better have a nest built. You better be ready to protect the animal, because the scent of pregnant creatures is different from the scent of other creatures. So it's like you're basically going to be an easy meal, or the baby's going to be an easy meal if other animals can smell that it's coming. So you're going to want to try to separate yourself from other creatures. It's a whole thing. Like, this is a single player focused game, and so for that to be kind of engaging, you got to be thinking all the time. I want there to be so much stuff for you to think about and do in this game. That's why I'm putting so much emphasis on the details of all the things that you're going to be doing with the animal rituals. So all the things, you know, that will give you the best chance of success. And you can take different routes. Like, you can try different strategies. Like, maybe I'll nest over in that cave, or maybe I'll nest near that lake, or maybe since too many animals come to that lake, I'll nest here, but I'll come and eat my food there. I'll want you to try to figure out the best way to survive and get your creature's offspring to survive, because that's basically the next phase of your play. Is not just getting your one creature to survive, but getting your offspring born and then raising them, because they're going to follow you around and you're going to teach them things, and they're going to grow up, and then they're going to go off and spread their things. So it's like you have different phases of your gameplay. It's not just raise your one creature. You're going to be able to raise like a herd and a family. Okay, it's compiled. Let's go and simulate. Hang on, let me pause this music. Sorry if I'm getting too loud too. I get really excited about my game. I'm almost 3 years into this, and I'm still like, I still have the same passion for it, you know? I think about all the stuff that I'm gonna do, it makes me so much more excited. I gain energy. Let's see. I'm loading up the next simulation. I'm gonna see if the combat music plays. That's why I turned off the stream. What's your question? Okay, and then the next question is, how will the growing system be? Will spawn as a baby or spawn as juvie? And how long do you think it will take to grow an animal all the way to... Oh, very good question, Ali. Let me take that piece by piece. So the first part is, how will the growing system be? Right now, the basic structure of the growing system is in place, meaning over time, your creature grows in proportion to your overall health. So you have different stats on the bottom bottom right hand side of your screen, right? You got your HP, you got your armor, you got your water, and then above all that is like your overall health bar. That's like all your stats combined, giving you an overall rating of how healthy it is, right? And your growth will go along with how overall healthy you are. If you're really healthy, you're going to grow faster. If you're not very healthy, if you've been struggling to find food or water, you're going to grow slower. So your growth is, number one, impacted by how well the development of your creature is going. If you're playing a creature, you can also play human. Oh, there we got HUD. Let me see if we get music. Wait for a second. And right now, let me tell you how this works too. Right now, your growth takes place out of sight, meaning you go through your animal's day, right? You eat your food, you accomplish everything that your animal wants to accomplish in one day, and then at the end of the day, or whenever your animal gets tired, your animal lays down and goes to sleep. I'm not getting combat music. I am getting the HUD. Let's see, are they hitting each other? Got some friendly fire there. I'm trying to make a little function that stops the friendly fire, at least for the time being. I think friendly fire should be a part of the game because animals injure themselves accidentally sometimes. But at the moment, I want to disable that so that they actually hit what they're trying to hit. Um, so so right now, what happens is so when your animal goes to sleep, that's when you all the experience points that you collected for the day are applied, and then you gain however many levels that you've earned. Right. Same way, your growth, however much growth you accomplish in that day, you gain that. But the screen is black when that happens because you we fade to black to signify the next day or the next awaking period for your creature, or to signify that we've passed time because there's going to be time skips. Um, so when you wake up and when the screen fades in from black, you're going to have grown whatever the amount that you've grown, and you're going to have gained the amount of levels that you gain. So you may gain 3 levels in one day, but if you have really been lucky, you may gain 5 levels in one day. Or if you've really been active, like let's say you got into like 3 fights, you still survived, you found food and everything, you may gain even more than that. But the point is, you gain all your levels, you gain as much growth as you can, but it's applied overnight when your creature is asleep. So by the time you wake up, your animal's a little bigger, your animal's a little stronger because it has more levels, and time has passed because basically growth equals time in the world of the Great Circle. This is going to change somewhat because when you cross over from the adolescent to subadult or adult stage of the animal or the creature's life, you can clearly see a changes happen. So basically, you don't have horns one day, and the next day you have horns. You may have tusk. The change that I'm working on will be a continuous growth. Um, so this is the system right now, but what I want to move into is throughout the day, your creature is growing, or you're going to see it more gradually happen over time because I think people really enjoy seeing the change slowly happen. So the creature is going to change slowly. See the adult features come in slowly. You'll see the fur change. You'll see the horns come in slowly. I feel like that's enjoyable because it's an animal or character development game. You develop it over time, it levels up, you gain experience, you build stats in certain areas, you sacrifice stats in other areas because you can't get everything that you want, so you make decisions. So I feel like seeing that is also a part of the experience that will make it really cool. Like seeing the lion's mane come in slowly. Like you don't just want to see it. You don't just want to have a mane the next day. You know what I mean? You go from no mane to next mane. You kind of want to see it come in. You know what I mean? You want to see it kind of. You can see some fuzz. You're like, oh, my animal's really developing. You start to see the muscle definition happen. Like I want to do that, and I've been looking at ways of doing that. Seems like I can do it the exact way that I'm thinking. It's gonna take some time. I have a lot of creatures already in the game. That's why I stopped adding new ones. I take that back. I'm adding Ishida soon, but like stopped at the rate that I was going because I added like 100 in like a year and a half. But like I have to make sure that that system works on all the creatures, and then it has to be adjusted for each. So I am gonna have it to where you slowly see the features coming in, and I think that that is going to be an enjoyable part of this the development of this game too. I think that that is mostly what you're spending your time doing. There's going to be combat, there's going to be strategy, it's all those things, but a lot of the time is animal development, like figuring out how much water you need to drink, how much running you need to do, like because you want to build up certain stats, like oh, I want my survival stat to be higher, or I want my speed stat to be higher, so I'm going to do more running. All these things will affect the development of the creature. So part of the development is just seeing the development happen, seeing the results of your work. Just like when people like bodybuilders go to the gym and they're like trying to like get like they're trying to even things out, like as they're developing themselves, they're checking the mirror like all the time. Like they're seeing like, did I work out with this arm enough? Okay, this one's a little uneven, it's too big. Now I need to balance it out by trying to work out this arm a little more. But they're looking at it. So I feel like I feel like you kind of want to look at the creature grow. So I'm just trying to reconcile the concept of time, the passage of time, with because you can gain like several levels in a day. That means you've basically progressed a certain amount of months in a day, which means we're going to skip seeing some of that development. So I'm trying to reconcile the two ideas of gaining multiple levels in a day and skipping seeing some of that with um, how much day that you're seeing happen in a single uh, session or whatever, so that you can see it gradually happen. Because right now it's like you don't grow, and you get the growth credit, but you don't see the growth. Your animal goes to sleep, it fades to black, and when it comes back, you've grown or you've gained levels, but you don't really see it gradually happen. So I'm trying to reconcile the passage of time feature or component of the game with the gradual physical development and meld those two and keep them both if I can. But if I have to make a decision, I will make a decision. But I want to have them both if I can because they both seem novel. Well, I've seen animal games where they slowly develop. Not many, but like I've seen them slowly, like the baby slowly turn into the adult. I'm saying we can do that too, but I also want the passage of time feature for the single player mode because multiplayer and co-op it's a bit difficult to sync that. But like I want to see if we can keep those two, but I have to reconcile those two functions because they're gonna collide. You know what I mean? I did a lot of talking on that. I love talking about every part of this game. It's something I'm passionate about. Hang on one second. Let me see what happened with the combat thing here. I think I need to skip some of these requirements to see if I can just get it to play no matter what, and work my way back and work backwards to figure out what's wrong with the music. Actually, let me go to the playlist. Let's make sure the playlist isn't empty. That could also be a cause. Some playlist might. And I'm sorry I'm way back here on the questions, but I'm gonna answer every single one. So if your question hasn't been answered yet, I'm working my way down the list as fast as I can. Just doing it while the system's so I can do this. Okay. The other part of that question, I'm not done answering Allie's question. So this next part of Allie's question is, will we spawn as a baby or spawn as a juvie? One of the concepts that I'm seeing how far I want to go with is the idea that you can have different conditions of beginning the game, right? One of those examples: are you born or do you start the game with a parent or do you not? That's right now. It's it's parent each time, but what I'm going to do is make it so that you don't always get a parent because maybe your parent got killed. So you could be born with a parent, maybe born without one. You could have a sibling plus a parent, or you could have just a sibling and the parent died. Um, so there's going to be a random beginning conditions for each new game that you start. Um, will you start as a baby versus a juvie? I think you're going to start most often as a baby. So at the very, very most beginning point of your development, because we're talking right now about a leveling system that is scaled from 1 capped at 100. So from levels 1 all the way to 100 is kind of what we're playing with. I don't know that that's the way that it's always going to be, but as of right now, the AI can go up to 100 and the player has the ability to go up 100. I know nobody's playing that long yet, but the idea is to put so much content and things to do into the game so that you can scale, so that you could create a animal that levels up all the way to 100. My feeling on that is it's going to be kind of like Pokemon, right? Where you can name a creature, raise it all the way to 100, and it's fully developed. And I want you to be able to have multiple creatures, so you don't actually have to just have one creature um, on a save game or a playthrough. You can actually, if your creature has a family, now you're on that save. You now have like maybe the original creature plus the babies plus whatever herd you gather, and as long as they're not all dead, you can continue the life cycle of that group or, uh, or animal, right? So, without saying 100% how I know that's going to work, I know that I don't want it to be where you only have one creature per save game, and once that creature is dead, the whole game's over. If you have one creature and that creature dies, but they had a baby, you can transition to the baby, and now the story follows that baby. Then if they have a baby, so that basically that save game follows the creature, their bloodline, and maybe the herd. I'm not sure if I want the herd included because I'm not sure how many different branches could like cloud the save file and like potentially like create problems whenever you want to take your creature to multiplayer, because I think it's really cool if you can raise a creature in single player and then if you want to take it into a multiplayer part of the game and try to survive with it. There's going to be a risk with that because if you lose a creature, it's gone, right? So like if the creature dies in a multiplayer, it's dead in your single player too. That's how I think it's going to work. But I want you to be able to do that. And so I think for single player insert, so in try to say it simple so nobody gets confused. In story mode, it could be any one of those. So it could be baby, juvie. You could have the adult. Just because in the story mode, you can pick different stories that are just built into the game, right? I wrote a story about a baby elephant that gets raised by like a male elephant somewhere, and it like becomes a big brother, right? So that one's a baby. But I also wrote a story where you start off as the mother leopard, right? And you are saved by a veterinarian, right? For example. So in the story mode, those different situations can happen, but you're playing a story that's already set in place. So every time you play that leopard, you're the mother. Every time you play that baby elephant, you're the baby. But now when you play the survival mode, which is not story mode, it's just freestyle. Play whatever you want. You make up the story as you go. Just living in the open animal world. The entire world's simulated around you, but you make your own playthrough. In that mode, I believe you're going to always start off as the baby, and you're going to, because the goal is to try to raise your creature as high in development as possible, so get as high up in level as possible, and try to be as successful as possible. So it just makes sense to start off as the baby in survival mode, but in the story mode, there are stories where you can start off as the mother or you can start off as the baby, but they're different stories. Okay, I think we're ready for the next simulation. Let's queue it up. Let's see what else we got for questions. Next part of this question. How long do you think it would take to grow an animal all the way full grown? So there's two things about how growth will work in the Great Circle. Number one, everything that happens in the world is impacted by your decisions as a base level concept that the game is pursuing. So I want basically every decision you make to factor into your survival chances. Whether you decide to try to survive in one part of the map's region or another impacts what happens. However, everything around you is random, so you can't really say, oh, I figured out the best way to survive, because all I have to do is make that lake. I know there are no carnivores around that lake, because when I played my first attempt, there were no carnivores around the lake, and I left, and I should have stayed there until I was an adult. So the second time, I'm going to go and stay at that lake. That's a good place to grow. Not so fast, because the game simulates a different world every time you begin a new game. It may decide that lions took over that lake. So it basically before you start your playthrough, it has simulated this many animals survived. It like simulates it's 50 years of animals. This many survived here, this many survived here, this many plants grew here, this many plants grew here, but it's different every time. So what if you are able to get the nutrients and everything that you need to grow as fast as you possibly can, that's one person's playthrough may be twice as fast as somebody else. So they may be able to grow the creature way faster than you because they got as much food as they can find versus maybe you just barely made it through. So it's hard for me to say it'll take this many hours or this many days or this much time to grow this type of animal versus this type of animal because it really depends on how well developed the creature. And you actually might do a good job, but still get a different time than somebody else. Let's say you found all the food that you possibly could, and you kept your food meter 100% all the way through from baby to adult, right? And your person that you're playing with also found all the food that they possibly could, and they kept their food meter 100%. So you know that that's not a factor. You both got the same nutrients. You end up getting your creature done, let's say in 3 hours. Your friend end up getting their creature done, let's say in 2.5 hours. 30-minute difference. What was different? Okay, well, number one, the game gives you different starting points automatically. So you may get an extra point in one stat or another versus another person got a little extra point in stat another, and that impacted the growth. The environment affected the two creatures differently. Because the stat that you got from the game was like a little extra resistance to exposure damage, they didn't take or you didn't take damage, but they did. And you could grow a little faster than them because you didn't take damage at a certain time. So little things like that will be the things that determine the difference. So it's really hard to say how long it will take. You will not be able to predict that. Well, I mean, you will be able to some degree, to say, well, there's no way it can take any longer than this if I barely hang on. You know what I mean? Like if I take the longest time to grow possible, it will not take any longer. So there may be a range that people will find. So it can be done. This is as fast as somebody's ever done it. This is the longest it's ever taken. But you won't be able to decide this is exactly how it's going to be because the game randomizes things like where you're born on the map, what extra little boost that you get in your stats or attributes, and which events take place around you. Like, does it rain a lot? Did you find enough food? All that stuff's going to be changing, so you can't predict how it will be. The other thing is, what exactly is the end goal for how growth will be, for like how long should it take, long term? What are my goals? Developing an animal or a player, like a human or anything. I'm trying to make the game scale to. I have ambitions to, if I can make it fun, I have ambitions to get like, you could possibly spend a month to 2 months fully developing a creature. But that may take another person 2 weeks. It may take another person half a year. So I'm looking longer term for development. It's not going to be the same experience as other games where it's like within a matter of hours you've gotten everything that you can get out of developing a creature within the world game. Because in those games there's really not much more to do other than find water and food and fight. So it's a lot more simple. With this game, I'm factoring in a lot of things that will affect the long-term development of your creature because I'm thinking long-term. I think that it would be great. It would take a longer time to develop your creature as long as it's fun and you have enough stuff to do. And I'm thinking there's going to be enough stuff to do, but we're not really talking about hours to develop a creature. We're not talking about just sitting in a bush, right? And every time your health gets or your hunger gets low, you just get food. Every time your water gets low, you just get water. We're definitely not talking about that. So we're talking about days to weeks to months, a possibility of months to develop a creature. Let's say from baby to adult, or from level 0 to level whatever the level cap is, whether it's 100 or whatever it turns out to be, because some creatures may have a lower level cap. I don't know. I'm thinking longer time spent developing a creature, because I think it can be more fun and more interesting as long as all the elements are there. So I'm not attempting to do that just to say that, oh, this is the game where it takes the longest to develop the creatures. I'm attempting to do that as long as, as long as I can say, all right, well, there's this much stuff that you can do that's fun to develop the creature. So you're living the life, the animal in such detail that you can't do it in a few hours. It actually takes a couple weeks or a couple months to fully get the development of the creature done. And I think it's more enjoyable as long as it's fun, as long as the gameplay loop has enough stuff in it that's fun, that supports it. I think it's more interesting to go for that. Definitely from a development point of view, I'm more interested in doing that because I don't see that really anywhere. And the other way of doing it, where it's like, oh, well, you develop something in a few hours or whatever, you just keep your hunger full, you keep your water full. That's like every game. So I'm not interested in that. I'm interested in that because that's way more interesting and it's an actual challenge. And I don't see that it's really been done yet. So that's the direction that we're going. Now, I don't know fully how successful that will be. If I determine that that's not really valuable to do that, then what we'll do is stop short of that and we'll do whatever's most fun for this game and whatever makes this work. But I think that that can work, so that's what I'm aiming for long term. I talk so much. I got tired of talking just now. I talk so much. Let's see. What I mean is I just ran out of breath. I actually could talk about that for hours. Let me see here. At this point, I don't know if I'll ever catch up to where the questions are. But I'm on so far back. I'm gonna try to speed through the other questions to try to catch up. So I'll turn the music back on. But yeah, so that's finishing up Ali's question. I took like 20 minutes to answer that one question. All right, next after that is Qualified Cheat says, I'm so glad this isn't like other games where most players and AI animals are just bottomless pits. They actually have arc survival cough. In addition to dragging bodies, I really like the Isle of Rima body system, where you don't have to be like 5 times the size of an animal to carry it, but you can actually grip a part of the body and physically drag it slowly. So yes, you will be able to drag animal bodies in this game and break off pieces. Excuse me. And take it places like up a tree or something like that. Oh, another thing that I'm working on that I feel like is missing in that is you can also bury shit. So like I'm working on a system where you can take a leg, and if you're like a wild dog or something like that, you can bury it in the ground, save it for maybe like a day or two. Like I think because it should rot at some point and it should be unedible for you at least. But you can bury it and come back. Like let's say you took a piece of zebra's leg, and lions are chasing you, so you have time to like bury it, put it under there, cover it up, like hide the scent or whatever, run away. They chase you off, you get away from them, you come back a little bit later, you dig it up, and then you take the meal and you go and you eat it. I think that shit's gonna be dope. So I'm working on that too. Actually, I had an idea for that earlier today. I forgot to write it on me. I just remembered it just now. Make sure I don't forget that. Okay. Now it will affect your like speed, so like if you're carrying something, it'll slow you down by however whatever the weight is that you're carrying something. So it depends on what you're carrying, but we're gonna try to make it realistic like that. Mike says, in this game, there's only African animals or other animals of other countries, other continents like tigers, jaguars, bear, etc. Mike, so let me answer that. So, are there more than just African animals in this game? Yes. However, some of those creatures are only in story mode. So, in other words, there's always a reason for certain things to be in the game. Like you're never ever gonna play the game and like just see a tiger roaming around as if it's a native animal. All exotic creatures are presented in the game as exotic creatures. So usually it's only in story mode that you will get them. So in first player, single player story mode campaign, like one of the missions may be to like get somebody's lost exotic pet or something like that before he gets hunted by a lion or whatever. So like if you look in the screen there, you can see that's one of the single player game modes there. You're a park ranger, you're a human, and you're doing a mission. So there's usually a reason for any of those creatures to be in, but yes, it's more than just African animals in the game. But in survival mode, where there's no story to follow and it's just kind of like you're just in the African wildlife, very small chance that you're going to see a tiger running around, you know. Very, very small chance. So it'll usually just be in story mode that you see stuff like that, and there's going to be a reason for it. So normally you'll only see African animals, but in story mode you may see more. There may be some of that may bleed over into survival. It just depends on the creature and what purpose they're serving the survival mode. So like if there's a certain animal that there's no other way that I can justify a certain sickness as a part of the gameplay in survival other than, okay, well there's a invasive species over here and it has a sickness, so you definitely want to stay away from that, and I can't accomplish getting that sickness in logically other than by having the creature there, but it makes sense because there's invasive species there. I may have exotic creatures that serve that purpose, but they're there serving that specific purpose in the game. What's up, Fanny? Fanny says, wow, your hair, what happened? Fanny, I've had this hairstyle for like 8 years. I have not cut my hair in 8 years. I've had pretty much this hairstyle the whole time. I forget, like I normally don't stream on camera. I just have the picture. You see the little purple and yellow picture there. I have an afro in there too, but like I've had an afro for like 8 years. But people haven't really seen me, so I guess you may be surprised that I actually look like my picture, but that's actually my picture. Like I don't just have a cartoon of an avatar of me. But I did do one stream on camera last year, 1 or 2, so it's kind of like a once a year thing. I'm just scared that I have such a habit of like just being comfortable off camera. I'm scared that if I try to scream on camera too much, like I may like do something embarrassing on camera, you know. So I usually just have the camera off. So Mike said, I think he said there is going to be different animals for different continents, so I want to be sure if that's a thing or not. Oh yeah, so he's just basically trying to find out. That question is from a while ago, so you know, I'm just answering it just in order. But yeah, there's more than just African animals in the game because there's more than one game mode. There's a story mode where some of that's explained and it's part of the lore, and then in the demo right now it's just African animals, but like some of those animals may be included in the demo because I have to have certain mechanics like a certain sickness that comes from an animal, right? It may be an invasive species. So I may have certain animals that are not African, but are invasive species. So they're on the continent, but they're not native, that kind of thing. But they serve some kind of purpose. But mostly, you're gonna just see African animals in the game. But now, there are no other continents in the Great Circle. So the Great Circle takes place strictly in Africa. Even though the location is somewhat fictionalized, it doesn't take place in anywhere else. So there's no North American part of the Great Circle. If and when there's multiplayer, it won't be like this server is a certain continent or this server is a certain continent or anything. This is the story is an African story, so it's gonna take place just within the African continent. Just like the genre of westerns always take place in the West, this African survival game is only an African location. Ali says, for the weather system, how long is a whole day in the game in minutes? And what kind of weather will be like heavy rain, light rain? Good question. Right now, I can tell you the ratio is uneven. The ratio is like twice as much daytime as nighttime. But the amount of daytime and nighttime is kind of changing. So right now, it's hard for me to tell you in the demo. Maybe try to guess. In the demo, I'm gonna say it's hard for me to say because what happens when your animal goes to sleep is you skip time. So it's hard for me to tell you how much daytime you're gonna get unless I know how long you're gonna be awake, and you're not gonna be awake the whole day as of right now. But like I can tell you the ratio. Let's say if your animal never went to sleep, the ratio would be 2 or 3 to 1, because I'm still working on a lot of content that goes into the night. Things like the nighttime hunts, the cat's eyes glowing at night, that kind of stuff. Like I'm really building up like the really scary part of playing a game at night. I'm really building that up, but that content is still not up to par, so I limit that amount of time that you're awake. But the thing is, again, it's affected by like when your animal's asleep. So when your animal sleeps, sometimes it sleeps for 6 hours, sometimes it sleeps for 12 hours. So you may wake up at night and get like a good 15-20 minutes of nighttime. So it's hard for me to really say due to the time skips of the game. I'm working on a thing to let you see exactly how much time is passing when you're sleeping. But right now it just fades to black, and then it comes out, and you can tell time has passed. But I like sometimes I think people are just not realizing time is passing. So I'm going to put like a text in the cinematic that shows 5 hours later, 8 hours later, 12 hours later, whatever it is, and I'm gonna put like what you gained you go to sleep. So like today you gained 3 levels because you got this much experience or whatever. So it'll give you your stats for the day, the fact that time's passing and how much time is passing, and then you'll wake up and you'll realize what's happened. So it may be, depending on the amount of levels that you gained, months have passed, or it may just be days, or it may actually be years, depending on the levels. Oh dang, I gotta scroll all the way up. Let's see here. Okay, I'm catching up. An hour. That's good. Let me see. So, got the weather question here. Here we go. Qualified Chief says cheetah. My favorite. Okay, I think they were saying that at the time when I said, actually, I'm adding the cheetah soon. Mike says, can we play Lions as of right now? The answer is yes, only if you're a Patreon subscriber, or you have a subscription to the Discord, which you will see in the top left side of the Discord. The new feature that Discord added It's basically Patreon built into Discord, because you can subscribe to the Discord, not only mine but all the Discords that decide to turn this feature on. You're able to buy a subscription and you get extra content for it. So the content that I'm doing for it is you get the same thing in the Discord subscription that you would get if you were a Patreon supporter. And what that means is you pay a certain set of money to the game. You choose whatever tier, but you pay that monthly for some extra benefits. And I get a little help with the development because it costs money to develop this game. Who knew? It's expensive. But you get to, when you're a Patreon supporter, now you get a password and you can access the early access version of the game, which is survival, but you get all the animals. So you get it's like 30 animals that you can play in early access versus the demo is like 2 to 4, and it's randomly selected for you. In the early access, you can select, so you can actually pick the line if you want to play the line. Now, I'm developing all of these creatures as fast as I can, so some of them are just not really worth playing right now, but I just put them in. So if you want to check it out and see how far along it is, you can. But don't expect the lion, or don't expect the, let's say, tawny owl to be as developed as an animal that's in the demo, because the demo, because people have the most access to that, it gets the most attention. It's in front of people's eyes the most. And then, depending on what the creature is, it's just not going to be as developed as other creatures. But I give you access to see. But that's how many things that I'm working on. Out of 90 to 100 species in the game right now, early access gives you access to about 30. You get all 100 as AI, so you will find the pangolin running around on the map somewhere. You will find the hedgehog and the other stuff, depending on how rare it is. But you can play the ones that you can select in early access. So you can. It does cost money, but that's because the game costs money to make. But I will always give you a part of this game for free, so that's why the demo is free, and you get the demo animals selected for you for free. I think that's a fair way to do it. Let's see here. So yeah, the lion is available. Don't worry, the lion is a big priority. I'm working on stuff like the pounce and stuff, so it will be working soon. And Qualified Chief says, oh look, that bird is dragging a rabbit. Yep. So that is an example that the drag mechanic was working at one point. It's not on the new system yet, but I'm bringing it over to the new. But you will be able to drag stuff. Qualified. She says, wait, was that a dog? Yes. I know this question was asked at a point where there was a dog on the screen and it's no longer there, but yeah, there are dogs in the game because there are both rangers with dogs and poachers with dogs. So in other words, you got friendly dogs and you got dogs that literally are there to find you and tell the poachers where you are so they come and kill you. So there are dogs in the game and they have different purposes. Kind of like Ancestor, and I think Qualified Cheese is basically referencing the concept of the passage of time. I think so. I haven't played that game before, but I think it would be like that. But basically, the amount of time that passes depends on how much you do in the day. So if you gained enough experience to level up 5, more time is going to pass for you than if you just gain 1 level. And you're also going to see more growth if you got more levels passed and more time has passed. I felt like it made sense for that until the whole seamless change of the mesh can happen, until I get that fully working and until I reconcile the idea of the growth, the passage of time with the gradual change of the mesh of the animal so you can see it. I think that is the best way to do this whole scaling of the animal thing, because otherwise you're just going to see the same thing and it's just a little bigger, so might as well use it to pass time. Qualified Chief says, what the frick is that lion dragging? It's not on the screen anymore, so I don't know. But I'll try to, we're catching up, so soon I'll be able to answer the questions as they happen. Like an otter. Oh, it might have been dragging an otter. There are otters in the game. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Otters don't live in Africa, do they? Yeah, it's the Groot otter is what it is. Groot otter or African clawless otter. It has a couple names, but yeah, there's a native African otter. Don't assume that there aren't other kind of otters, because remember I said that exotic creatures are in the game just for whatever reason. So you might have seen footage from the single player campaign that I'm working on, or it might have been in survival. It's hard for me to say. There you go. Fanny coming in with the facts. Fanny says actually 4 African species: clawless otter, spotted neck otter, Eurasian otter, and Congo's clawless otter. Yep, absolutely. Restream bot, I did not know that at all. Okay. Oh yeah. So Restream bot is mixing the comments from YouTube and Twitch so that everybody can kind of know the conversation that's happening. Qualified She says my life is a lie. Did not know otters lived in Africa. They're not in any documentaries. Some creatures are just hard to document, like that cat that lives in the desert. I can't remember what it's called, but it's a native African cat that lives in a desert. It's like only been filmed like once ever. Oh, Fanny says they're from Ghana. Ghana's in West Africa, I think. Qualified Chief says, okay, let me see if we get to the question. Badgers will probably be able to pull stuff into their dens. That's cool. Honey badgers, yeah, they're coming. Otters be living at secret societies. Okay, here's a question by Ali. Says, how will the swimming system be? Like crocs hunting fish underwater, or hippos swimming and crocs hunting animals when the group up to the lake. All right, so that actually I've done a lot of work on the swimming, and I actually had to disable that temporarily once the new AI platform or foundation came in. But crocs have been able to swim traditionally in the game. They're out because the new swimming system hasn't been brought in. But the crocs will be able to swim. The hippos will be able to I have a mixture of the hippos swimming and also walking underwater. I have both abilities as of right now, with a decision to be made in the future about picking one, and it'll probably be the most realistic one, is the fact that hippos don't actually swim, they jump and they walk underwater. So we'll probably be doing that, but right now they have both the ability to swim and walk. But I'm working on the swimming mechanics, so I didn't, until that's finished, it doesn't really make sense to lock ourselves into anything yet. Ali says, will there be DLCs in the future, or skins we can get for different kinds of animals? Good question. So I think there will be DLCs in the future. I don't quite know what yet. What I can say is this is not a game where you're going to be able to buy a purple skin for a lion or a black skin for a lion, or anything that is not a realistic thing that can happen or in terms of skins for the lion. So this is not going to be an Animalia. You're not gonna have top hats or glasses or any of that stuff. There is going to be I'm working on a skin system that makes it so that every creature has like different patterns. Like just like right now, every animal has the ability to have a different individual name. Like they actually get their own first name, right? I'm going to make it so that each first name also generates a new skin pattern. So it won't look exactly the same for each animal. There's going to be little differences. Some are going to have birthmarks. Some are going to have little scars and stuff. But the skin is going to be different for each creature. You're going to have darker skins, lighter skins. You're going to have albinos to the extent that they are rare. or not, and then you're gonna have the melanistic to the extent that those are rare. So like leopards, for example, can have melanistic skin patterns so that they look like they're black. They still have spots, but they basically, you can get a black leopard, which is Black Panther. Um, that will happen eventually in a game. However, at this moment, I don't think I will be setting skins as DLCs. Whatever DLCs will be in, I don't think at this moment skins will be in them, because it's not a goal of the Great Circle to give the player the ability to customize before they even start the game. So for example, in a game like the Isle or Path of Titans or whatever, you can pick a skin and you get that skin before you even start the game. And like in Path of Titans, you grow into the skin or you shed into the skin. In the Isle, you just have the skin or you kind of grow into the skin, but you get to pick whatever your skin's going to be. My goal is for the way you live your life to determine how your animal turns out in appearance. So if your animal fights a lot, I think your animal should have more muscle definition, more scars. It should get bigger than if you're an animal who chose not to fight much and maybe you chose to spec more into like speed and stuff. Depending on how you raise or develop the animal, you're going to get a certain possibility of results, right? And that's going to be one way, and it'll be different than if you focus on other things. You're not going to be able to get everything at once. You're also not going to be able to fully predict what you're going to get. You're just going to be able to reasonably say that because I'm focusing on speed and I'm making sure that my creature is running a good amount of the day each day, I know my speed stat's going to be higher than if a player who didn't run every day was playing the exact same thing otherwise. So because the game plays like that and the game is designed that way, I don't want to conflict with that by having a system where people can choose a skin, right? And no matter what you do in the game, your animal's going to have the exact skin you chose. It breaks the concept that we're going for. So there won't be a, number one, unrealistic tone of skin that you can buy. I don't think you'll be able to buy any skins. So that's all I can say on the whole skin thing right there. I don't think skins will be DLCs. However, I think there may be DLCs. I don't fully surely know. Ali says, for the Discord, eventually, will there be moderation for the game for rules? Moderators in games and in your Discord server. So for the Discord, I'm handling that right now by myself because the Discord's not that big yet. So, you know, I may miss something like maybe be a couple hours. Like, you know how when those bot accounts will like try to spam a bunch of messages in different places. So I can take care of that myself. The only concern I have right now is just like sometimes like I'll be at the end of my session, my work. I'll have been up working for like 12 hours or worth, so I go to sleep, and maybe something posts like an hour after I go to sleep. So there's like 7 hours before I get back online and I can take it down. So that's my only thing. I can see that we will add moderators a little bit later to handle that whenever I'm not around. But so far, it hasn't been like a problem yet, you know? It's been a problem, but it's not really been a really big problem, so not yet, but in the future, yeah. As far as in the game itself, how I'm going to approach that is I'm going to hard code into the game things that I think should be the way that it should be. For number one, nobody's going to be able to mod in lions. Nobody's going to be able to mod in dinosaurs. Nobody's going to be able to mod in different continents. That is not the Great Circle. It's not the game that I'm making. Within the Great Circle's concepts, people will be able to mod in extra story content if it fits the game's story world and the lore. People will be able to add in like legendary animal characters because that fits within the story world. People will be able to put in other things, but like I'm very closely going to protect the integrity of what the Great Circle is trying to be. It's definitely not going to be a make your own game. It's going to be have as much fun as you can think of within this game, or within the universe of this game. So that would be like a reference to like multiplayer. So like for like people who set up multiplayer servers, for example, I guess I don't have a lot to say on that yet because I haven't really gotten into the multiplayer stuff. It's single player. The priority for the Great Circle is number 1, single player, number 2, co-op, and then number 3 would be multiplayer. So in a multiplayer situation where people are setting up multiplayer servers, I don't fully know how that will go yet, because one thing that is I'm kind of bullish on this point is the Isle is a game where the entire ecosystem is players, or mostly players. The Great Circle is a game where the entire ecosystem is mostly NPCs and AI, because those are more realistic than players teabagging over dead bodies. You know what I mean? It's like I'm trying to build a actual living, breathing ecosystem of AI with intelligence and that are trying to achieve things. I want that as the base foundation of the game, and then to build multiplayer on top of that. So however many multiplayers we can fit on top of an already existing AI world will be what the multiplayer experience will be. So I don't know if there will be a need necessarily for like moderation, but I can imagine to the extent that people are able to set up their servers, yeah, they can have their own moderators, and I don't really have anything to do with how they set their rules up. So if they want to set up like certain realism rules or whatever, I won't have anything to do with that. But what I will do is make it very clear what the things that you can't change about the game will be, and that will be skins, continent, that kind of thing. And like basically whatever I want to be in the game, I'm not going to make rules and try to get people to follow them. I'm just going to hard code in the game that this is just the way it works, and then whatever you want to do around that is fine with me. Ali says for testers, I believe he meant actually testers can test updates before they come out. No, basically everyone who's playing the demo is a tester in my eyes. So if you're playing the demo, you're testing it, the game's not finished, it's not even an early access, so this is like as early as I can get it to you for free. It updates almost every day, so you're getting basically all the latest stuff as fast as I can make it, as long as it's not like exclusive Patreon only or Discord subscription only content, like such as being able to choose whatever animal you want to, or if and when the single player story mode opens, if that's there before the early access that's available to buy, they can try that first. But I don't have a specific testing role that you can apply for or sign up to, because everyone's a tester of the game right now, and everyone's voice gets heard right now because the game's small enough to where I can actually see everything that people say, the Discord and when I go on Steam. So I'm looking for the opinions of everyone who's actually playing the Great Circle and trying it right now to tell me how to get it to be as fun as possible and for it to be its thing right now, to be its own thing. So you don't actually have to sign up for any role or anything. Just say whatever you think in the Discord, whatever you feel like it's gonna help the game. Like, let me know if you see something that you think is a bug. I usually reply to every single question about bugs and stuff. And if you have like suggestions, like you're saying, hey, I was having a lot of fun until turns out, finding food is actually too hard and it's like not fun, or you know what I mean, then I'm gonna do a lot more to fix that in the near term, because people are telling me this is impacting my gameplay at this moment right now. So you can actually play the game now and tell me what your experience is like, and that's the testing right now. And then later I can see, once the game gets bigger, I may have like a certain team, or if I recognize people are really giving me a lot of good, useful feedback that's really positively affecting the game in a short period of time, I may decide, hey, you need to really be like a regular tester for the game. You know what I mean? And even whatever I gotta do, like if we start selling the game, and I see certain people who have been testing it have been giving me valuable advice, I may hire you as a tester if I can, and then you'll earn something for testing the game and giving that feedback, because it's giving it momentum and giving it progress. So absolutely, you're testing the game now. Just tell me what you think makes it better for you, and that's all the info I need at this very moment. Let's see here. Qualified Chief says, ooh, poachers. So how will poachers work? I think they should be the exact opposite of a predator, where predators single out the weak. A poacher would aim for the biggest and best one of the group for the best reward. Very good point. That's actually what I'm doing with poachers. So like one of the things that is like a way that I balance the game is like, let's say you're an elephant and you gain big tusks that make you like stronger than other elephants. The drawback of that is, because elephants are so powerful in the game, they're the biggest target for poachers. That's the balance. So because the elephant is so big, so powerful, towers over everything, it basically doesn't have much to compete with when it comes to animals. That's why it needs poachers to be some type of threat. So you want to try to keep your animal alive and be focused on something, even though you're a big, powerful elephant. So that's kind of how the poachers are going to fully work. Right now, let me see how you can see the poachers. They're in the game, but they're not plentiful right now yet. But the poachers basically work to, they want to find animals that have some value. So animals that have ivory, like elephants, their tusk, or rhinos with their keratin horns, certain other animals that have valuable fur, or certain other animals that have valuable bushmeat. There's going to be like a tier of things that they want more than others, and they will go after those creatures, whether it's a player or not. So that's how they work. Pretty much how they work in real life. They look like criminals too. I'm working on making them look a little more realistic, but they wear ski masks right now. Let me see if I can show you a picture. But they also do things like leave evidence that they're in the area, so you get warnings. So if you come across a camp, like a human made that camp, and it's probably a poacher, because the rangers don't make camps. They drive around in their jeeps. So if you come across camps, or like you'll find debris like cigarette carts, or like a fire that's recently been put out. You may see the one of the vehicles that they use. You can see signs of the poachers. You will find traps made by the poachers. There are currently two types. There's a cage type that's very obvious, but there's also one that I'm still fixing, that basically it's a bear trap. You step on it, it grabs your leg, it injures you. It'll probably give you a leg break, but I'm working on just the bleed right now. But it'll be on your leg and you have to break it off. And the traps that you walk into that close behind you, you have to break out to get out of those traps. Now, if you stay in there, eventually the poachers come back and they kill you. That's how that works. There's not just that threat for humans. There's also trophy hunting that has been sanctioned by the local government. So you will see different type of humans killing for different reasons, but poachers are one, trophy hunters are another. Trophy hunters have never been seen in the game, so they're not in yet. You also will have villagers that are hunting for meat. So they're basically they're just going out hunting the way that people will hunt deers in the US or wherever. They're hunting bushmeat to feed their family, that kind of thing. And then the rangers basically are trying to keep animals from being hunted. So sometimes you get poachers, sometimes people are breaking the law, just hunting illegally, but like they're the police and they're the people who are breaking the law, so they'll have both types. Now you can also play them too, so obviously what Qualified Cheese was saying as far as instead of singling out the weak, a poacher would aim for the biggest and best one to get a bigger reward. So if you're playing a poacher, you will get a bigger reward if you get the bigger tusk animal or something like that, because that's what you're focusing on if you're playing that kind of character. If you're playing the animal, you're trying to survive. If you're playing the human, you may be trying to kill the animal, or if you're playing the ranger, you may be trying to protect the animal, keep invasive species populations down. Depends on what type of human you're playing. This is why when I say the humans are 70% of the game, the Great Circle, there's so much you can do with humans. So yeah, there's the animal stuff is a big visual concept of the game. It's on the logo. Most of you guys are here from other games that are animal survival focused, but the humans are 70% of the Great Circle. Absolutely. It's gonna be huge. You can think of it as like too early to really say, but it's like our aspiration is going to be like GTA level of different possibilities of playing the game. You can play the game so many different ways if you're playing GTA, all the role playing and stuff like that. That's how much stuff I'm working on for this game. And just one more thing, like I said, it would be a boring game if all you did with humans was walk around with a gun and shoot stuff. Or even if you shoot things and collect a reward. I don't think that's fun. I think it's more fun if you have a reason to do it, like you're raising your family, trying to keep your family alive. Just like the animals are trying to keep their families alive, you're trying to raise money to keep your family alive and just to have a living. So it's like, it's your life, no matter what life you're trying to live. And part of the message of the game is like, from whatever perspective you have about survival, all of it's about survival. You know, it basically tells the story no matter which path you take. It's not as black and white as these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, or this is the good way to live, this is the bad way to live. It makes the point that everything in the world is about survival, just from the perspective whatever you're trying to be. So I have a lot more in mind than just kill the animal, get money for it. Absolutely, that's too boring. I have way more in store for that. Ali says, for the gore system, when you attack an animal, will they be bleeding and will they have scratches on them or missing body parts? Maybe a bite mark? Or maybe you can bite their leg off. The answer is yes. I'm working on that right now. You can actually see the blood that I'm making. It's kind of working, but it's not fully working correctly. So what happens right now is my animal takes damage. The part that's working is it will actually show the wound where you took damage. So if you attack an animal on the shoulder, the wound will appear on the shoulder. If you attack an animal on the leg, the wound will appear on the leg. Eventually, it will have different damage values. Right now it doesn't. So right now it's the same damage if you attack on the leg as the back of the head, as the neck, or anything like that. However, it's already working that it shows the wound in the correct place. So the next step is it's going to bleed from the wound. You're going to be able to bite the leg off. I'm working on a system that lets you do it whether you're alive or dead, but yes, breaking body parts off, taking them somewhere, will be a part of the things that you can do. You can take a body part or a body up a tree if it's small enough and you're big and strong enough. If you're a leopard, you can bury a piece underground if you're a dog or something like that. Come back for it later. You can do multiple things. And you will get scratches. Some of those will be permanent. Also, some of the injuries that you sustain in the game will be permanent. because that makes the animal that you're developing, in my eyes, much more precious to you. You may really get attached to your animal, but after you break a leg and it like heals back like kind of wonky to where it's like your animal has a limp for the rest of its life, it just kind of, it means more, in my opinion. Like, the survival is way more impactful if everything you do has risk. You know what I mean? So then it's like you're in that save slot in that story. It now becomes like you're trying to keep that animal alive with one of your other animals. So it's like you're gonna switch over to the mate and try to protect that animal a little bit more and try to keep them alive because you've named him, you've raised them up to whatever level you have, and now you're the other animal. So it's just like it's just, you have to do it if you're gonna have a level system that goes that high and have a potential for that much time to be put into development. Everything has to just mean more, which means the stakes are just higher. It may sound punishing, but I tell you, it's going to give you a positive feeling eventually. It sounds scary at first, but I'm telling you, it will add so much depth to how you experience this game. I'm gonna take a quick break. I gotta take a bathroom break. I'll be right back, folks. And we're back. Okay. Alright, so let me see here. I've been trying to catch up with these questions for like 30 minutes. I'm so long-winded when it comes to talking about this game because I love it so much. Let me see here. It's all... Let me see here. Let's see if I can catch up. Dang, there's so many. Alright, so... on YouTube, you can always scroll. You can always rewatch the stream and get the answers to all the questions in order. I'm trying to go in order so that anybody who watches it later can get the answers that they're looking for. Yeah, but there's so many. I'm having trouble keeping up. I'm seeing one or two of these people need to get banned though. One or two of these accounts are bots. Okay, so I'm all the way at the part where they were asking if the legs can get chewed off, and that answer is yes. And you can do different stuff with the legs, like go up trees with them or bury them. Qualified Chief says, goes to show how much we don't know about the world. That's my fault. I need to do a better job with letting you guys know how much lore there is, how much depth there is going to be to the game and stuff. It's just hard for one person to develop, and it's like a job. There's developing the game, but there's also marketing the game. And part of the function of marketing is to just let people know how you're supposed to perceive the game and how it's meant to be played and how it's meant to be. And it's just very hard to keep all that in line. But I'm getting better. Will the Harmattan be part... Will Harmattan be part of the weather? I have no idea what that is. Let me check real quick. Harmattan is a very dry, dusty, easterly or northerly, okay, wind from the West African coast, occurring from December to... Well, I am working on dust storms, so I want to say yes. That's a very specific term for weather that I did not know existed. But I am working on dust storms, so drier weather is going to affect the environment and the animals differently than like the rainy season. And there are seasons in the game, so I'm working on, with the passage of time impacting this, trees and plants grow. So if you eat the plants and stuff out of, and like eat all the food from one area, over time it will grow back. Seasonal impact on the environment will affect your gameplay too. So already it tells you what part of the year you're in the top left of the screen when you play the demo. So I already have part of that system in place. Some weather events are possible at different times of the year, so we're building up to that. And that will be one of the things that I research a little bit more, since I just found out about it. And I will see if I can add that weather event. But I am already working on dust storms, so we'll see. To some degree, some things are not going to be possible, because once I commit to what specific geographical location this is in Africa, that will impact what will be possible. But right now I haven't fully committed, so I do have a lot of wiggle room. But I'm going to go ahead and put that down real quick. Harmattan weather event. And I will see how that can be implemented as a mechanic. Gonna show you the lion gameplay in early access. There's a little bit on the screen right now. It's older footage, but I'm... You know, so the animals will look a little better and they'll move a little better on the environment. So, you know, don't know exactly what more I can say about those just yet. I will say I have big goals for a lion, male lion, in the main development specifically over time. So I want it to look better than anything anyone's ever seen. Let me see here. Trying to catch up to the end of these questions. Qualified Chief says, in your opinion, what is the most viable, important animal in game? The concept of the Great Circle is not meant to say that there is anything more viable than any other thing. The best way that I can describe how the Great Circle as a game concept views the idea of viability per animal, like what's the best animal to play, what's the strongest animal to play, what's the most survivable animal to play. You can play a lion, you can play a butterfly in the Great Circle. I already did the stream where I showed the butterfly gameplay. I don't quite know if I made that playable for the early access, but like that's how we feel. It's a circle. I want to talk about I want to show the viability of a wildebeest, caterpillar, not a caterpillar, yeah, actually a caterpillar because it goes to a butterfly, Basically, there's so many creatures, and it goes into humans. There's no philosophy that we say that there's one more viable than the other. It's just each has its own qualities, and it's more up to you as a person to choose something that fits your personality. Some people are tortoise players. Some people just like looking at the beautiful environment and have the protection of a shell. They like the easy, slow lifestyle, and they just like the beautifulness of a game. They're a little bit less into the survival, into the competing for territory, into pursuing even the storytelling, and they just want to be a safe animal that can walk around and just look at the environment, and they're going to play a tortoise. There's something for everyone. You know what I mean? And some people just want to be a butterfly that just flies around and spies on everything. You know, I have something for everything. But there's no more viable than other kind of animal just yet, because everything is, for me, everything is meant to have a counterbalance. So just because the elephant is like a god among animals doesn't mean it's the most viable. There are poachers that specifically target elephants that would probably make you think it's the hardest thing in the game to play. You know, after you die a few times to poachers. Because how are you going to outrun a poacher in a car? As an elephant, you can't. Only thing you can do is there are certain survival tactics that you can employ against poachers depending on the animal that you are. There's going to be a way out for every animal. I will build into the game a specific way to deal with poachers and what they have that give you a fighting chance. So there's nothing that you can't beat. There's going to be a way to beat everything, but there is a balance to everything. There's nothing that's completely safe. There is something that can kill the tortoise. There is something that can kill the butterfly. You're going to be more vulnerable to sickness. You're going to be easier to spot by poachers. It's going to be harder for you to get to where you need to migrate to survive as a crop or whatever. There's a counter to everything at every single level. By important, Cheese says he means which will bring the most to the ecosystem and its survival. Hard to say. Everything can. The reason that I work on an ecosystem is that it's all meant to balance each other out. Will an ecosystem be able to die out? Actually, yes, an ecosystem will be able to die out. That's why rangers exist, because what happens, one of the ways that the ecosystem will die out is invasive species will cause an imbalance, and you may end up with more predators than prey. So the predators will wipe out all the prey, and then the predators will die off because they won't have anything to hunt. That's possible. So sometimes you can be born into a healthy ecosystem. You can be born into a barren ecosystem. That's more of an environmental feature rather than like how an ecosystem turned out. You can be born into an unbalanced ecosystem. In other words, an ecosystem that's been set out of balance by something. I'm working on that, and the game already has a leg up on that because it tells you the health or status of the ecosystem that you're in already in the HUD when you start the game. It's not fully working, but I already have the infrastructure in place for it to start working and start affecting everything. Fanny's got to go. Alright, thanks for stopping by, Fanny. Ali says, I don't like the Isle because the map is too big. I have no sense of where I'm going. And how big will the map be? Well, Ali, the map in the Great Circle will be absolutely humongous. Actually, the map that was in the early access version of Survival it was somewhere around 700 square kilometers. It's actually bigger than the Isles. It was closer to like Grand Theft Auto level, but like nobody ever got to the edges because there's nothing. It was undeveloped land, so it was like desert. So you could actually walk in one direction for a really long time, and you would have to turn back to go get food or water. But if you kept going, you would go beyond mountains, and you would go out into like dry savanna, and then you be like in the desert and there'd be nothing there. But like, yeah, the map was already big. It's going to be very big because the story of the game for story mode and single player campaign, it demands it be that big. And my idea is the survival map and story mode map are the same. So it's just in survival mode, the story mode areas are just not on. So you don't have story mode events taking place when you're in survival mode, but you have access to the whole map is the idea. In demo, you have a much smaller map. So right now the demo is just like a really small, reliable, vertical slice map that you can just play around in and you get all the animal logic and stuff, but the full map is going to be huge. However, I've played the Isle too. I know quite a bit about it. One of the things about the Isle is they don't have an easy way to open a map and locate yourself, and I feel like there's no reason that they shouldn't, you know, unless they just want to go for an experience where you, just like an animal, have to memorize things. So, but the thing is, I can't say that that's their design purpose, because they've gone from one map to the other when at certain points they were saying this is the map. And so I think it was Spiro for a certain amount of time, and now it's Gateway, and they haven't specified whether Gateway is a part of Spiro, or, you know, it's more likely has to do with like optimization and issues that they're going to run into with switching between game engines and stuff. Same issues I run into. But for us, I could say the Great Circle is it is huge. It has to be huge, and it's going to be beautiful. But you will be able to find your way around, because unlike in the Isle, when you change regions, it gives you a cinematic that tells you you've crossed into a new region, and it tells you the region. And then when you get to specific like named areas, like let's say there's a specific mountain or a specific lagoon or something, it has a name. The cinematic will pop on the screen and it will give you the name of the thing too. And you will be able to press M and get the full map. And I'm working on the mini map. I'm just working on the maps. I had one that used to work. It's just I found something a way to do it that's better. But you're going to be able to see on the map locations you've traveled to, named locations that you discovered. And I don't know if I want to do the Fog of War yet thing, where it's like everything that you haven't visited is fogged out. I don't know yet, but you're going to be able to find your way around easier in the Great Circle, I think, even though the map is going to be pretty big. It's always been big. It's been lacking in detail. I wanted more detail, but I haven't had quite enough time that I want to spend like building in like all the stuff that I want to do detail wise. But like it has been fairly accurate in terms of like in Africa you actually have a lot of flat ass savanna. It just is like that. You do have a lot of mountainous regions and stuff too, but like it's a very realistic experience to just see flat land as far as the eye can see. So you have to go all the way there to see if there's anything next, anything beyond that. So it's gonna be very big, lots of regions. Let me see. I think I'm about to apply the new optimizations to the big map for the early access. So if you play the early access, you're going to get at least 9 regions. So if you think of it like a grid where it's like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, you're gonna have those 9 regions, but then there's also regions outside of those. So I think it'll come in somewhere around 700 kilometers. Which, don't be too intimidated by the size, because it's like, it's mostly like big regions and biomes that distinguish themselves from each other, so you'll be able to recognize whether this is a mountain or something else. Like Mike says, the Great Circle map is huge, and I like it. I don't know why it's a problem. Some people just prefer smaller stuff. I feel like my feel on that is like you can have a big map or a small map. It just everything needs to have a purpose. So if you're gonna have a big map, have a purpose for having a big map and make it playable. Don't just have it just to have a huge map. Don't have a small map just to have a small map. Have a purpose for it being small. So that's how I try to approach it. Like the demo map is a smaller map, but I have a sort of reason for it. Like I put the fence around it so you can see that like this is the part of the region where the company that has the safari has it fenced off to protect the animals from poachers and stuff. And it's a fenced off region. I was like, this fits the demo, the concept of the demo perfectly. So you can't get out, and it's a demo, it's limited. So this is the part of the game where you can just go up to the fence, but that's the edge of the map. You can't go any further. But you can see that there's more out there. You know what I mean? You can see through the fence, but you can't get beyond it. Okay, so finally we have the trying to see if we can get the combat music working. Yeah, but everyone's different. I'm definitely taking that into consideration. I think about the challenges of everything that I'm trying to do for the player. So like, just because I want to have all this depth and detail in the game doesn't mean that it's the right thing for every player, but I do want to make it as playable as possible. Like say if you knew nothing about the game, I want you to be able to get into all of that as easily as possible by giving you like some kind of tutorial experience or something. I want to give you a way into the experience. So just because it's a big map and you normally don't enjoy a big map doesn't mean you won't like the Great Circles experience of having a giant map. You see, I don't hear music. And give it a few more seconds. I'm working on making it so that it can be enjoyable for people who normally like smaller maps too. So I'm going to give you a map that should help you with like navigation, and I'm going to give you a reason to go around, and I'm going to naturally try to make it work for you so that you have a reason to remember the trees that you see. So if I want you to use your eyes and ears more, I'm going to give you a reason to recognize the trees. You know what I mean? And you will see how development with that in mind can make a big map very playable and very enjoyable. So I'm definitely thinking about that. And looking at these guys, the combat music is still not playing. If I stop, they will chew me up. Don't mind all the frame dropping because I'm doing so much stuff on the computer. I think I need to go out and test the Steam thing real quick. Give me a second. But yeah, the map's gonna be huge, but I think I'm gonna make you love it. Okay, here we go. Let me see. Let me see if we can try to get through these questions and catch up finally. Ali says, "Well," oh, Ali says, "Well, it's because I'm in the Isle. I would assume there would be a mini map of certain locations on the map because it's a huge forest in the Isle, and I have no idea where I'm going." No, I feel the same way as you. I don't know the map either, and I've been keeping up with that game for as long as a lot of people have. And it's just like it's changed enough to where anytime I feel like I've finally recognized things, then it changes and it's like now I got new stuff to learn. So no, you're right in that I have that same feeling as like this is a game that really could use a map. I just don't know the direction what they were trying to do by not having a map and by having it that big. I don't know if they were trying to get you to memorize it by just having as much play hours as you possibly can, or if they are trying to get you to naturally recognize the areas and stuff. I have my own philosophy on how you should approach that, but I just don't know enough about their development to know what they were trying to do. But I know what you mean, and I think a map makes sense for that kind of experience. Because one thing, let me talk about this real quick, and this is how I'm falling behind with questions because I start to elaborate on stuff. But let me tell you about one idea that I'm working on is I'm so the new map thing I'm working on bringing that in, right? It's definitely going to have a mini map of something of some kind, but it's competing with this other idea that I have of, well, what about the way that animals remember shit? Like they remember pictures of it in their head. They remember images, scent, smell, that kind of thing. But like for the player, I have a system that I'm working on where it's like after you've learned a location, you get a picture, and it goes into your album. And I'm working on a thing where you may be able to use a map of pictures instead of a topographical map of the area. I think that could be a better thing if I can get it to work to where it still lets you navigate around as effectively as a map. But it would be so much better if that worked out because it's so different. Um, and it would be more realistic than having a map because animals don't have a map, but animals can still navigate, right? Um, One of the things I'm trying to get you to do is use your ears more because you notice whenever there's a predator around, don't you notice how the guinea fowls just start going crazy? Like those are like little things that I'm getting you to see. Like you don't need a little HUD icon to pop up when there's a predator around. If you listen, just like in a wild, the animals will alert call. And as far as navigation, I'm really, really, really playing with that idea because it's so interesting to me to do it that way instead of using a literal map. To have like a map of images. I'm just working on the format to present it to the player in the form of a UI. But I think that like automatically capture a picture and string it together and like put number values on it so you know what's farther or not. It's a very different thing. It's a very different way to navigate, but I think it might be really interesting and it might be just as effective and it might be fun. One thing that I have to weigh against everything is it fun? And if it turns out to be fun and and effective, I think we'll be going that direction. Qualified Chief says another question I had, since these AI will have feelings and personality. What I'm trying to say is in real life, players I don't like, uh, wait, is in real players I don't like when people guard bodies. So what I want to know is will herds actively move away from dead bodies? And if you are in a fight and a body is dropped, will the AI leave it be? Will the AI like leave it be and leave the area? Um, that depends. Because it's very realistic for some animals to protect the dead bodies of their offspring for a certain amount of time, or to come back and check on the carcass. Like elephants will do that. A giraffe will take care of the dead body of a offspring sometimes. So parental animals may do that. Herd animals will probably usually move off. But if it was the offspring of an animal, that parent may stick by the body and guard the body for a certain amount of time before leaving it so that you can eat. So I'm going for some realism when it comes to that. So I can't say that there's no corpse guarding, but what I can say is it's going to be in a context that makes sense. So there's a reason that the animals do that in real life, and it will so as in real life, that too will apply in the Great Circle. So there will be some corpse guarding. It's just going to be the way that I can conceive it right now is the parental animals guarding the body of their corpse because they recognize which animals are their babies. But it won't be forever. So like eventually, when they go get water, that'll be your opportunity to come in and like grab some food or whatever. But they may come back. So I just haven't decided like how much time that will be or whatever. I do know that's a behavior that I'm going to put in. They may corpse guard a little bit. They may corpse guard even if you're not even playing carnivore. So if you're playing a herbivore and you're in the herd and the AI's baby gets bodied by a lion or whatever, the animal will still do that, whether it was an AI or a player that killed that creature, because to them, there's no difference between player and other AI. They're all creatures with health bars, with needs like water and food, and wanting to be with herds, and wanting to have offspring, and wanting to build nests, and wanting to control territory, and wanting to be alpha, and wanting to be protected. I'm building all of that so that they're always trying to pursue that no matter what's going on with us, with the players or with people. It's not just spawn AI with other games. This is a living, breathing ecosystem with creatures. They're alive in this world. They're not just running routine. They're alive in the world, and they're trying to achieve their own survival as best they can with the tools that I'm giving them. They're absolutely individuals. So they may corpse guard. That's another thing. I can't even say like all elephants, even though they have the corpse guarding ability, will do it because one of them may be a weakling. That may be their personality. Weakling versus follower are two different personalities. So one may do it, and it may not. You can't really fully always predict that. But I can say they will have the capacity to corpse guard, absolutely. Oh, I'm catching up. I'm catching up. Let me see here. Mike says the Great Circle is 700 square kilometers, so maybe 10 times the Isle map. LMAO. I don't know if the devs have put their own official information out, but I think I saw like on the wiki for the Isle that their Spiro map was like it was similar to the Isles V3. Like it was either 15 to 17 kilometers by 15 or 17. Yeah, much bigger. I don't think it's like 10 times bigger than that because I think that would have been in kilometers about a third to half, a little over half. It might be 2 times bigger, but like the thing is, not all of that was playable area. They were counting basically all the ocean areas and stuff that you can't actually play in. So they count all of the entire map when they put that info out. If anytime they put like a square number like 17 by 17 or 15 by 15, and you see like half of the map is freaking ocean, like that's not all playable. So technically, the playable area is much smaller than what the listed thing is. All of mine was playable. So 700 square kilometers was all on land. Like I didn't have any oceans. I don't know if I'm gonna have any oceans yet. Don't know if there's gonna be a coast yet. Alex says the owl is basically a huge forest. Basically. I liked their Sparrow when it first came out though. Like, you know what? They needed an extra mechanic to make that work. In my eyes, anything can work. It just needs to be properly counterbalanced or implemented. So like I feel like I could have made the first Sparrow work, even though the forests were kind of dense. All you need is a transparency bubble around the player. So like when you're running through the forest and stuff, and we have this. Any plants that are between you the player, and the animal get transparencied out, so you can see immediately around you, but you can't see like through the distance, like if there's a dinosaur hiding in the bushes and stuff. So it needed like an extra mechanic to make that work. But like, I actually like the look of the forest. It looks very realistic. Forests are dense. Forests can be really dense and hard to navigate and stuff. So I wouldn't have had a problem doing that. And actually, I have forests that were kind of that dense too. If I can find the video or whatever. Actually, I need to get this music working. But like, it just, if you're gonna have a dense forest, it has to have a mechanic that makes it playable. So I have something like that. It's just not fully. My mechanic needs a bit more work, but mine is going to make it so that you can go through dense forest and you can see everything around your character. So you're going to be okay as far as moving through the forest. You won't, and it won't spoil if there's a lion hiding in the bushes waiting to ambush something or something in the distance. You won't be able to cheat and see who's hiding anywhere, and it won't protect you, but it will let you be able to navigate. The problem with what the Isle, I played it, what I was seeing was just like I couldn't see where I was going. Like there was too much stuff between the player and the camera that like I couldn't really just even just navigating, you know. But mine, the extra part that I need is mine works for the bushes. It doesn't work for the grass yet. I'm trying to get it to work for the grass. Or so like when you play something small like a meerkat or a snake, that way all of the map is playable. Not just like when you're playing a big animal like an elephant or giraffe, but if you want to be on the ground playing a spider or a tortoise or a meerkat, like you can play in that grassy area, and the map still looks good for the elephant, and it will still look good for the small creatures because the grass is not getting in the way. It's not obstructing your view. So that's why I'm working really hard on that mechanic and making it work for the grass. I'm like halfway done with it. Once it's done, I'm telling you, like I'm going to be pushing the snakes and stuff so hard because it's like playing two different games. When you develop something for above the grass versus at the ground level, I'm telling you, the world is different. Like when you play Meerkat, the game should feel and look different than play a lion or anything bigger. Because look at it from that perspective. It just looks different. It's like you're in a forest in the middle of the grassy fields. And for the big creatures, they can see for miles, and it's like just plains for them. But for you, if you're small, it's like a forest down there. And I think that's so good. It's such a efficient thing that you don't have to like give up half of your game's experience to where you can only play the big animals where there's a lot of grass, and then for parts where there's no grass, then you can play the small animals, you know. And it's hard to balance that. Like part of the reason these people keep moving from map to map to map is because they figure out when they start to try to get their small animals to have a good experience, it isn't as good because it's like the map is made for one size of creature in mind, one tier of creature. If you're thinking about small and big, you have to build the map for an experience at the small level and for big animals too. Because that's the same field. That right there is the same field that you saw the meerkats running around in, or it should be the same length of grass. It's not the same field, but it's the same. It's a savanna, right? And it has grass. But you're playing a bigger creature, and look how different it looks. The grass is like the same length there. But when you're the meerkat, and you're playing from that perspective, it's like you're in a freaking forest. And that's how it should be. All that map, that's from months and months and months ago, but like all that needed was a little bit of adjustment on the size of the gravel and stuff below. Make it continue to look good because it looked a little too scaled up there. But like it's 2 games in one, I'm telling you. And that is a good thing. Okay, let's move on. I need to let me see if anything played. We're starting a simulation. Ali says there will not be trees everywhere. Go in the Great Circle. No, it depends on the region that you're in. So like some regions are very bushy and not have a lot of trees. Some regions have a lot of trees and a lot of bushes. So it depends on you can get anything and everything. Great Circle. You can get desert, you can get mountain, and you get creatures that go along with those environments. So you get mountain gorillas, you get monkeys, and in the prairie or in the savannas you can get like meerkats and stuff. But yeah, you're gonna get everything. The map's too big to tell you're gonna get one experience. There's so much. Qualified says true, but the Isle does have its massive open plains. Yeah, and I like that. That was one of the features before the thing came out. That it's like you're gonna get that, and you didn't really get that with the same quality in the V3. Mike says, I don't know if you can. I don't know, but if you search for smaller maps, the Great Circle isn't for you because the map is 700 square kilometers. It's most bigger than most games. Yes, that is true. It's not a finished map, so like a lot of that, it's playable area. Like you can go there. It is not. It's not all survivable area. So like it's not. If it doesn't rain out in there in that, if when you get in that desert region, you won't have any water to drink. So, but that's kind of part of the intrigue and the challenge. Like there's gonna be dangerous parts in the map that if it depends on weather events happening for you to actually be able to survive in them. And this off the screen. There's no music at all right now. Hey, let me try something else. I have an idea. Yeah, I think that's part of the intrigue because one of the components of playing this game, one of the features will be traveling. Traveling will be a feature, because it adds to realism. It presents some challenge. You're gonna have to transverse like dangerous parts of the map, and it's not like you can just go to an area and immediately you're going to make it through. Some of it will depend on chance. Like if it doesn't rain, don't try to cross the desert because you're not going to find any water puddles that collect anywhere to drink. But that's so interesting. You know what I mean? Because you can't predict that. The water puddles come from weather events like rain. They dry up over time. Only so many animals can drink from them, and they come in random places. I didn't put anything on the map. I don't put in edible plants. The game generates them. Rather, I have an AI called Deus, which means God, and it basically is what I use to simulate where things are spawned. Technically, nothing that you find in the game is spawned. It's technically a simulated it's a simulated timeline to where it says the world began here, right? And it's going to simulate this amount of time has passed, and it has an algorithm that says here are the events that can take place all the way up until here, and here's where the player drops in. So it basically creates a world, speeds up time, and then drops you in. That's why the animals are in different places when you start. That's why the food is in different places. That's why the rain. That's why sometimes you get. The only thing that's not raining right now is like the weather. I think it's stuck on either clear or partly cloudy. But it's a full weather system. Like it rains. It could snow. I don't have the snow enabled right now. So you're only gonna get rain, heavy rain, fog. You get some tornadoes and stuff sometimes. But yeah, I think that whole traveling thing is a part of what I'm doing here. Qualified Chief says so. Adding to that thing, to that poacher thing, leaving evidence. Does that add on to poachers possibly leaving behind bait? Yeah, actually, some of the traps are baited. So the traps that have the ones that you can walk into, that where the door shuts behind you, they put an edible plant in there. So it's a very basic form of trap. It only works for the herbivores. Like there's no meat in there for like carnivores yet. But yeah, some of them are baited, and some of them are just laying out in the open. But they're going to be baited. Some of them are going to be hidden, and some are just going to be plain to see. And I'm working on other forms of traps where it's like the pit where it has the spikes in there. I'm working on those too. But yeah, there's bait. Actually, if you ever seen the YouTuber Lacer, she did she did two videos on the Great Circle, and on her second one, I think is when she found the trap, and she was like, "This is a trap." Like, I think this is obviously a trap. Like it at the time, I put the text above it. It says obviously a trap because it was a test thing, and I just put it in for people to see. She was like, "This looks like a trap." And I think it was at an angle where you couldn't see the words, but I put the words obviously a trap inside to where once you get in, the words switch to where it says try to break out before the poachers come back. But like it shut before she went inside, so it's like she never got that experience. But also, I hadn't built the escape function, so she would have been stuck in the thing, so that would have ended her. Kind of happy that she didn't. I just wanted her to see that there was a trap, that I'm working on stuff like that, and that it works. Like the door shut. You know, it's a completely new thing in the game. So I am definitely committed to there being traps because it is a realistic and interesting challenge. Qualified says rightfully so. No matter what it is you are doing, the AIs are still active, continuing their own story. A big map like that is neat. Yes, yes, that's exactly correct. This is why I say it has to have a map that size for the lore, and that impacts the simulation that's taking place because it's simulated how many animals are surviving, how many are getting into fights. Like without it actually even doing it, it's in the computer is doing it, but you don't see it. You're in your perspective, and you're in your part of the map. But the computer is saying things are happening around you, and the animals, they don't know any different. Like even when time is sped up before you get in, to them it's not. From the perspective of an AI, it's just life. So yeah, that's the whole purpose. Like I don't have it to where it's like a trigger. You know what I mean? Let's see. Hit 2 hours. So I get down to a question. I want to read all these, but it's like I've stopped what I'm doing to read, so I can read all this and talk. I want to try to answer all the questions. Uh, somebody says I get killed. I mean, what's this about? Oh, I think this is about Amalia. They said Alex says I freaking get killed by lions with witch hats. Yeah, I thought I was the first time I saw that, I was like I was like I can't believe they did that because they did it as DLC, so now they can't take it back. It's like now they're like definitely like more the cartoonish vibe of this whole genre, which I'm perfectly fine with because I started to feel like they were doing too much shit that like it's like they do too much of what everybody else is doing. I'm being a little critical from a developer's point of view here, and it's not good form. Because I understand every game is different. You know what I mean? But the part that wasn't different is like very clearly it's like I was inspired by the Isle too, but it's like I'm not literally fucking building the animal version of the Isle. Like I'm doing I put humans in my game way before they put. Actually, they did. They put humans in the game. Actually, when I started the Isle, they were in. I think the humans were in, and then they were out. So I didn't know they were humans until somebody like showed me a video of like from like 5 or 6 years ago. Apparently, they tried it, and then it didn't work, and then they brought it back for. But like, I've been trying to. I've tried, even though that game has inspired me to some degree. I am not taking cues from like, well, if the Isle's doing it, I'm going to do it. You know what I mean? That's like, where's my creativity then? Where's my authorship? What am I doing differently? What's the point of this? And to a certain degree, it's okay because there's like 2 games in the genre, you know? So it's like, all right, fine. But I want to do more shit. Like the reason that I started on this game is because I played something, I liked it, but I was like, it'd be better if there was this much more that you could do. So it's like, there's an intent to be different from the beginning. There, I guess you could say it's different because the Isle doesn't have top hats and Santa and wands or whatever. But I don't know, it's, you know, I don't even know that, like, that's the style that they want. It felt like they were selling those, but like, yeah, I don't know if that. Never mind. That's not for me. Not my cup of tea. I'm looking for something something of a different experience. Let me see. Like I feel like this game is like an answer to like things that I didn't like about the Isle versus things that I did like. You know what I mean? I feel like there's there's people who like something and are inspired by something and they try to emulate that, and then I'm more the person who I try to fix the flaws, or I try to build the thing that wasn't there. I'm trying to take the step beyond that. So I went way more in depth with stats and the abilities and stuff, and leveling and all that, and humans and story and lore and stuff like that. I'm doing something that is completely mine. Like I will go weeks and months without even watching videos on it and stuff like that. There's so much stuff that I can do. I don't have time to do it. Like I have no idea why people have like writer's block or creative blocks and stuff like that. Like because it's like I have like a list of things that I just don't have time to do, but I want to spend all my time doing with blood and gore and stuff like that. I have no shortage of creativity, just time and resources. That's it. Like there's so much stuff that you could do, just doesn't really seem appealing to me to just do things that have already been done and have been done well. You know, so it's like there's even less reason to do it. Um, Here I was almost catching up to the questions. Now I've fallen back a little bit. Let me see here. Thankfully, so I'm just gonna skip the ones that are not questions. Oh, we hit 2 hours. Already got that one. Geez, so I'm gonna stop to you guys. You don't have to. I'm gonna talk endlessly about this game, anyways. Um, how much we don't know about the world. Such a great Steam. Taking your time to answer questions. I enjoy it. It is not a chore for me to answer questions. I love talking about the Great Circle. You know, it's like a car salesman who sells a car that he also designed, and he wants to talk about every feature, even the ones you don't use. I love it. For the water. Ali, I think this is a question. I think Ali's asking for the water. Like, will it be like Path of Titans and show the water quality if the water quality is bad? I don't know yet about water quality. It seems like eventually that would be a thing. There's so much to do right now. Like, I'm definitely not doing water quality at the moment. What I'm doing is I've made sure that water puddles collect when it rains and they evaporate. Also, water bodies can evaporate and they will get lower, and if it's dry for too long, they will completely dry out. That's already working. Now I just have to get people playing long enough to actually see that, but like, I'm doing that. But the water quality, I think I actually will eventually get to water quality because I definitely want to do disease and sickness. It's just right now I'm thinking of those in terms of like getting them from corpses, and spending too much time around the wrong animals can give you disease. But I haven't thought too much about like the water quality giving disease. But I can see that's, I can see us, I can see me working on the water quality. It doesn't actually, it's not actually hard for me to do that. It's just there's not much reason, like it wouldn't add much to the game yet, in my opinion. Not yet, but eventually. And when you swim in the water, it does show murky green or clear water. It seems like I should do that. Like if I do make the water quality good or bad, like it should like match how murky or whatever it is. There is a lot of work I'm going to be doing with water in a short time because I have to turn the water creatures back on, and the swimming is going to come with that. So maybe very soon I'll be thinking about that. I may add that on. Right now, I don't see what it adds to the game yet, except making you move to like something that's cleaner. It just seems like a little bit of a chore at the very moment. That can't be, in my opinion, one of the major features right now in the demo, because the demo area is confined. If I had the more full map available to you guys right now, I can see that as more of a motivation to migrate. But I don't even really have the migration thing as a major thing yet because the map is small enough to where you eat in this part of the reserve and then you go to this part. But that's not the same as leaving the region. So I can see that as one of the things that will help you migrate, because the water can get contaminated. You have to leave it alone for a certain while. Can't drink anything or else you get sick, and then you spend too much time around animals that do drink from it, you will get sick from them too. I can see that in the future, just like diseases in the future, but not yet. It's not quite the right time yet. Need some more stuff on the gameplay loop along with that, because that just seems like a chore right now. Interesting detail, doesn't really give too much more to the experience just yet, but it will. It can and it will. Let's see if we can... Oh, I caught up. I'm all caught up. Yes. All right. All right, back to work here. Let's get this combat music going. All right, I have an idea. I'm just gonna automatically turn it on for the player to just make sure that the playlist isn't broken, and then we're gonna make sure that the animals themselves trigger it. We're at 3 hours, and it feels like 1. Alright, that's the stream music. I'm going to turn that off once I start the simulation so we can see if the combat music comes in. But man, yo, just because I'm focused a lot on like all the details of the survival, like if you get a wound, does it heal? Is a scar permanent? Do you have a permanent injury? Like I'm focused on that, but I think that I'm gonna make the combat dope as hell. I'm telling you, dude. The music is gonna help that so much because I've got some really good combat music and have had it for a long time. It just hasn't. It just the game progresses at the rate that the game progresses at. So sometimes features come in and people don't notice, and then sometimes we get to the point where they have to be turned off. So it's like you missed the time when you could have played the rock python and constrict something. You missed the time when you could have dragged the body of the antelope thing with the line or whatever. But it has worked and it will work and it is going to be so good. The thing with combat right now that makes it better or makes it going to be better than what it was before. Before it was only going to be basic combat. You know what I mean? Now it's going to be what are the animals even fighting for? They're going to know what they're fighting for. Are they fighting for to kill a prey? Are they fighting for territory? Are they fighting for the right to mate? Are they just fighting for, for whatever reason? Because one of them maybe has that disease that makes them way more aggressive. That happens in story mode. But like, there's different reasons for the fighting, and that affects what's available to them. So it's gonna be more. It's gonna be way better now because that adds so much more depth to the whole life that you're living and stuff. It's not the same thing every single time you get into a fight. So it's not going to be the same tracks that play. When you get challenged for alpha position, there's a whole set of playlists. There's a whole set of combat music that's going to be for that versus like you're on the hunt for something and then you like run after it, you know? It's gonna feel like you're in a movie, man. I'm telling you. I come from filmmaking. That's why you're gonna see all these elements that make the game feel like a film. That's a heavy influence for me. It's cinema. That's why there are cinematics where like you'll see the black letterbox come in and you'll have the black line on the top and the black line on the bottom, and it's just it makes you feel like you're in a movie. I'm a movie guy. But it's gonna be so great. All right, let me see here. We didn't do the automatic thing. Let me leave that first track off. What we'll do is we'll skip over to. Maybe I can just put the hook here. Easier than trying to drag this all the way to the bottom. Ali says, so will every animal have a albino skin, and how rare will that be? Ooh, Ali, very rare. I don't know if I would say I doubt every animal's gonna have it because I don't think that every animal can be albino unless it's a scientific fact that they can. In which case, I would have to defer to the fact that actually, yeah, they can. So it's possible. Eventually, every animal in this game will have an albino. Elephants have them. Now that I think about it. They're albino elephants, I think. So I guess a bunch of them are going to have albinos. But they are going to be rare. Like right now, it is a possibility for the player to be a black leopard. But I don't, just like what I was talking about, like the whole skin system being more about variety than like the player having customization powers. You're not going to be able to choose black skin. You just have a chance to get one when you start a new game with an animal that has an ability to have a black skin. It's going to be so... It's going to feel so good to you if you want that skin when the game finally assigns it to you, or when you come across it, because you know you can't choose it and you can't earn it. So it's like, it's... Maybe one day I may make it so like you can do a mission and could possibly earn it. It could be the fact. It might one day be the case that I may give you the ability to have some customization. But I really think the main thrust of this game is taking control away from the player, in my opinion. I think what makes it interesting is the fact that you can't control anything because this is a game about life. And in life, you get what you get in the very beginning. Like, you can't choose your living, you know? You basically can only choose the animal that you are but the conditions that you're born into, whether you have a parent, whether you have siblings, whether you're born in one region or the other, whether you're born at one time of the year when it favors your survival versus another time when it's going to be really hard to survive. These are things that are out of the player's control, and I think that that is one of the chief distinguishing factors about what the Great Circle is about. Is forcing you to live with what you have to live with in the environment at the time. There it goes. I think I already have a hook here. It takes so long to search it. Here we go. Yeah, let's do this. I'm just going to put the hook right here where it should be for the morning music. So it's going to start as soon as the simulation starts. Melanistic as well. Same thing for melanistic. Uh, Whatever creature can be melanistic will have a melanistic skin eventually, and the game will assign it as often as it should occur in the wild. So you'll have the same chances to be it as as the creatures do. With the modifier that I think I might give you a boosted chance to have it if you get to a certain point in the story mode and you unlock that thing. So to like say increase your chance of getting it from 3% to 30%, for example. So then you'll get it more often. So basically, as a reward for you going and completing part of the single player campaign, it now will boost your chances of getting that skin, and it's gonna feel just as good as like if you had bought the skin, because it's like, well, actually, it's gonna feel better because you had to actually play more of the game to get more out of the game. So I feel like I want to do it like that. I've seen an albino croc. I've seen one now too. At first, I thought they were ugly because I saw them in Path of Titans, and they were just too many people playing them. But like, it grew on me once I found out like it wasn't just, and it was shockingly similar. I thought they went, even if it existed, I thought they went overboard with how white it was. But it was like it was actually very much the same thing. So we're gonna have those two, but they're gonna be really fucking rare because it's like, how are you gonna survive as a white thing, you know, against the background of dark water and sand, and you're gonna be so easy to spot. So it's like the Deus, the system that does the sorting and the random stuff. Deus is going to give that animal a like 0.1% chance of survival. So that's the reason it's gonna be so rare, you know. It's gonna take everything for that creature. Probably that creature is gonna be stronger than other animals because it's like, how else is it gonna survive? Every time it runs a simulation with a white skin, it's gonna have a lower chance of survival than everything else, unless it also happens to have a boosted sense of attack power. It's gonna have to have unusually high stats in order for it to actually survive a simulation and get to the point where the player gets in and it's still alive. Ali's, you've seen a picture of a tar pit of animals getting stuck, such as elephants or baby elephants. I've never seen that. I've only heard that in reference to, I think the Isle said they were gonna have tar pits. I haven't thought about putting tar pits in the game. I haven't thought about those existing in real life. I mean, obviously they must exist, right? But like, I've been more focused on quicksand. Like I've been trying to figure out the right way to do quicksand. So I'll probably have quicksand before anything like tar pits. But it's interesting that that's a thing. Like you've seen that. I want to look that up. is this taking so long? That's an interesting point, qualified cheese. I've heard the black lion is a myth. I was kind of interested at first, but then I realized it's like, hold on. I don't think I've ever seen a picture of a black lion. Like, I think I don't think they exist. I think when I looked it up, it said they're not real. But it'd be really interesting if there was like a like a lion that was basically just like a black leopard, where they have the melanistic fur pattern. Are black lions? Let me see. Like, I've seen plenty of photoshopped images, but like I'm almost certain there are no such thing as like a black lion like that has like the other than like the mane getting really dark. Like, I'm pretty sure there's no like full fur black lions. Yeah, so it says, make sure this is a credible source. I mean, you can find a website that says anything you wanted to find, but like you gotta be a reputable source for take it. It'd be really cool if there were. I could just make them, you know. You know what I mean? There's a certain amount of sci-fi in this game. Like, I could actually engineer one, you know, but like it would have to be like some kind of I'd have to be able to back it up with some sort of logic that would make it desirable to engineer. Hang on. Wikipedia should be enough. I'm getting some kind of revolutionary group called the Black Lions, but yeah, there's no such thing as a like black lions don't get those sort of mutations. So the only thing you get is like you can get really dark manes, but you don't get like full on black lions. Those would be really hot. You know what I mean? How are they gonna survive with the heat, the sunlight, making them even hotter? They would have to really that would have to really be a different type of animal, not just like it being a dark fur animal. Like, it would have to have evolved something that helps it cope with the heat that it's going to attract with that dark fur. Oh wait, now I've gotten behind on questions. So maybe I can actually do a little bit of a dark lion thing where like if I do have the tar pits and animals get caught in the tar pit but they get out, maybe they can be dark for a certain amount of time. Scar would have been the actual king, not Mufasa. Mike says, are we gonna see animal AI fight each other in the game or not? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's like I was saying, the animals don't recognize player versus NPC. To them, everything's the same. So they're gonna fight for whatever reason that they're going to fight, which means you have a lot. They basically can do the AI can do anything the player can do. If I give the player the ability to sprint or walk slowly, they can do that too. Sleep, be affected by thirst, hunger, they have those too. So fighting, as far as combat, especially with the system I have now, they're going to be able to fight you for different reasons. They can choose, if they think you're alpha, if other animals choose to follow you, you may notice right now in the demo, some animals will just walk up to you for a second and like heart you. That's basically placeholder for they want a leader and they just chose you. So the animals actually make all the herds themselves by just choosing which ones they want to follow, and they can follow the player. So if an alpha comes along and they see that other animals are following you, that automatically makes you the alpha in their mind. So the alphas actually will fight each other. So they will fight you for territory or for ownership of the herd. They can also fight you for resources. So like the corpse guarding thing can be real from this direction too. Not only will like a mother with a dead offspring like corpse guard for a little bit, but a lion will guard its kill. That's corpse guarding, right? So hang on. Okay, I want to make sure this was. What was I saying? So yeah, they're gonna fight you for any number of reasons. For resources, for mating, for whatever they want to. They're going to choose the reason, and I'm working to make sure that it can be recognized by the player. Right now I'm doing it with icons, but like I'm making it recognizable by the player that the behavior is motivated. There's no such thing as unmotivated behavior in the Great Circle, because that makes the game trivial. I don't want any part of the game to be trivial. But when they attack, I want them to either be hungry, I want them to either be wanting to take over your pride, I want them to want to push you out of the territory. I want them to want to do that for some reason, because animals do that. On the screen right now, you can see one of the single player character types is a villager, and she's fighting hyenas. I think she gets bodied. Yep, gets killed. So that's another part of the game you may not have been aware of. This is months and months old, by the way. So that's further along now than it. Actually, I have to bring this. I have to take some of that back, because actually the hyenas in that video were better than the hyenas at the very moment. But give me a few days. Now that I'm focused specifically on the combat, give me a few days. I will get them back up to that standard and more. Those they were pretty good attack AI. Let me play that video again. I need to catch up on the questions again. Ali says, let me reframe my question about tar pits. It was nice. Oh, it was the Ice Age and mammoths and saber-toothed tigers that would get stuck in tar pits. It was really often. Even today it happens, but not as often. Oh, okay. Wasn't aware of that. Well, I guess we're gonna look at putting that in an environment. If it happens, there's no reason it shouldn't be in the Great Circle. It'd be really easy to spot. Like, one of the things that I'm trying to do with this quicksand is make it so that it's harder to spot sometimes. You just should know that if it's been raining and there's a lot of sand, the loose ground may have opened up a some quicksand. God, that's gonna feel so bad though. I've got like the thing already hooked up to where like when sad things happen, the sad music will play. So it's like if you lose a baby in a tar pit, it's gonna be such a tearjerker because the music's gonna start playing as soon as it starts going down, and it's 50-50 whether they can get out or whether you can help them out. But if they die, the music's already queued and it's been playing for like 15 to 20 seconds, so it's gonna be like a slow death, and it's like the violin's gonna be playing. Oh my god, talk about a movie moment. It's gonna be quite a sad affair. And if you happen to get attached to the animal, like you named it, and you've leveled it up from level 1 to 9 or whatever, and it's been following you around, it's got its own personality, it's been attached to you, and it dies, and it's got the sad music playing. Oh, this game's gonna be brutal. It's gonna be brutal. I know nothing about tar pits, whether they're supposed to be hot or they're just naturally occurring, if they're results of human waste or pollution. I know nothing about tar pits yet, but I will. I mean, if a mastodon can get stuck in a tar pit, anything. Qualified Chief says, because the question I had was one, will separate groups, for example, a wild dog group attack another wild dog group for territory? Yes, absolutely. So the first, so the way that I'm setting things up, um, is one of two things are going to be able to happen in the short term, right? Because the alphas are the ones that can actually create the nest right now, are they're the ones that have the ability that I'm installing to create the nest. They're the ones that are going to want to fight because you can't I can't have overlapping territories, so either you got to take that territory or you got to push them away because you've already set up a territory and this pack wants to set up a territory. So what'll happen is either the two alphas will fight or the two alphas will both order their groups to fight. And I'm thinking about how I can have like maybe some of the more brave members try to help, you know what I mean? And some maybe the weaker ones try to stay back while this is happening. So it's like you can have like pack against pack warfare, but maybe the pack with 10 members, only 7 decide to fight, whereas the other one is a smaller pack, but like they have more members that want to fight. The other thing that affects that is the level of each creature. So it's like some of those have stronger animals, so it'd be really interesting. I'm still working on that right now, though. So right now, it's gonna probably be alpha versus alpha, and then I will enable the alphas to basically order their group to attack. Here we go. It took forever to look. See if we get our music going now. Oh, there it is. That's the combat music. Yo, I've got some shit. Like, wait till you play at night, because I mentioned that the night time, the ratio for nighttime is like daytime is always going to be. If there's no sleep involved, daytime would be 3 times longer than night. So, but once the content that I want to put into night is very spooky in nature, kind of like some of it's like very clearly I'm forcing the issue, but like I have this vision in my head where like the hyenas, when they come, it gets foggy and you can see their eyes light up, and then the spooky music starts to play and you just hear them laughing. It's gonna just be completely insane. I know how to do their eyes and stuff to light up. I just haven't got to that point yet, but it'll be happening pretty soon. Alright, so I figured out that the playlist works, so I just have to figure out why the chain is breaking. And just before that, I think I'm going to go ahead and load up the Steam. I got to test something real quick. I will be right back. I need another bathroom break. And we're back. Alright. Just loading up the Steam thing. Let me see here. Mike says, are wild dogs, cheetahs, African warthog in the game right now or not yet? None of those are in the... Actually, the warthog are technically in the game, but their model is not great. It's kind of a placeholder that I made out of something else. But one of them is, the warthog is in there, just not in great numbers right now. Wild dogs are a big priority, as well as cheetah, though. Cheetah's coming soon. Let me get some water. Be right back. This is a big part of how the Great Circle is developed. Is there's a big focus on presentation in mind that I have, which comes from the filmmaking background and stuff. I want it to feel like you're in a movie, or that I want to bring you into the world the best way I can, so that it makes it easy for you to really start to like live, not just play. That's why I spend time doing stuff like this. Now, I do need to like get some of this visual stuff off the screen, because it kind of is messing with the scene here at the territory marker. But like at least until the cinematic is done. But you see the cinematic here, how it comes in like a movie. And then the HUD comes in. I do need to get rid of the other icons and stuff until that cinematic is over, because it helps with bringing you in. Now, of course, you can hit the H key and switch between 3 view modes. This is the logo or watermark view. You hit H, brings back the full HUD. This is a development HUD, so I have a lot more information on here than I'm gonna want to have in. Is he flying backwards? Than I'm gonna want to have in the full game. And then there's the cinematic view mode, which makes it look like a movie. Okay, need to catch up to the bird over here. The code that the mom checks and makes sure that you're still nearby is not fully functional, so I disabled it, but I'm going to very soon have that working, because she's going to want to protect you from that lion there. Once I leave the territory, it disappears. So the outline is now gone. You can still see the home is still in that direction. Buffalo there. And you can also see how far away it is. It has a distance counter. It's 160, 170 meters away and counting. Alright, let me show you the mechanic I was talking about. See this elephant walking up towards me? He's choosing me. This is a error, but he's choosing me as a herd leader right now. Okay. And he's skipping the part where he does the submissive behavior. But he's not supposed to choose me. But when he did, you notice the arrow appeared underneath him. That means I'm in his group, or I'm in their herd. So how I want that to work is they're going to want to communicate to you that they're friendly until you accept them, right? All you're gonna have to do is just show them one friendly call, and then it's like you've accepted them, so you kind of communicate with them, right? But they're gonna use their behaviors to try to communicate that they like being around you, and they're going to form groups with you. You can't press a button and form your own group. The animals have to do it themselves. So he chose to follow me. He's not following me right now, which is also part of the error, but he did join up with me. He's in my group. Now the problem is I already have a group, so he's supposed to go to my mom. I just trampled that wildebeest. He's supposed to go to my mom because she's a group leader. Ignore that giant ostrich right there. I'm fixing those as soon as possible, but they've been a little bit of a tricky subject. This is the morning drink ritual. The animals get up, and the first thing they want to do is drink water. So the herbivores tend to do this together. But if you notice, they all leave right after, because you're basically a sitting duck near the water, because everything that wants to eat you knows that you're going to drink eventually. And part of the hunting behavior that I'm programming is the lions are going to be clever enough to like hide behind rocks or bush and wait for you to come and drink. And then when you're not looking, they're going to come and want to ambush you. Am I seeing just animals? Okay, I have a lot of stuff on the HUD right now. Part of it is I'm actually seeing the cicadas making up the ambient sound, doing their broadcasts, sending it over the airways. I created something called the Animal Airways Communication System, or the Animal Communication Airway System. It basically is just a communication network where the animals are communicating back and forth. So you see that cicada? Oh shoot. There are no fake or generated animal sounds in this game. Everything you hear is a creature making the sound. So there's a zebra over there broadcasting. It says broadcast. You can tell what it is and what gender it is. Um, you can hear bugs. It's not it's an error. You're not supposed to be able to see the cicada, but all the cicadas that you hear, you can see them pop up whenever they do their broadcast call. They're talking. All the cicadas are talking to other cicadas, right? And you can tell that it's a conversation because if you notice, some of the broadcasts just say broadcast, but some of them have an arrow pointed backwards. So it's a broadcast, but then it says arrow, and it's like a U-turn. That means that it's a reply. So there are it's communication happening between animals. I recreated it as a simulation, and the result is I have ambience without fake ambience. I actually have ambience that's made up of creatures just doing their normal communications. It is very realistic. It is very natural. I like to call it natural ambience. Because whatever you hear, you can actually go to and find the creature making the sound, even if it's a bird. So the bird thing is working because every time I hear birds, I don't see their broadcast show up, but the cicadas is showing up, so that's a mistake. I shouldn't be seeing the cicadas. The reason is there are so many cicadas that it would be showing on the HUD all the time if I saw cicadas, and that's too many of those things. So the birds and cicadas are supposed to be turned off, but it's just to let you know that's how many creatures are actually in the game, and they're actually real things. If I go in the direction of a cicada sound, I will find a cicada, or a grasshopper, or a cricket, or a bird. I will find the creature. All I gotta do is follow my ears. I'm gonna try to find one. I can see a crow broadcasting from 87 meters away that way. Elephant back there somewhere. There's a rabbit here. Some of them I can't actually hear, but they're close enough to where I should hear them. So there's a little bit of work that I gotta do. But so it says I can hear a crow from over here. Here we go. Here we go. Monitor lizard. Broadcasting from right here. There it is. See it? They don't actually broadcast though. I have some placeholder functions in place. Let me see here. At least not that I know of. I don't know how they communicate, but there's something right here. There it is. There's a crow. There it is. Crow. Doesn't look like it, but he's hopping just like a crow's supposed to hop. Just I'm losing some frames, so. Let me see. Oh, there's 2 African rock pythons over here. Or there was. I can find the scent too, if I find where they were. I press my scent. But I don't see the scent. I don't see the... But I'm working on a skill. I'm working on a a learning system where you have to learn different scents and you learn different calls. So you won't know what the call is until you learn the animal, and then you'll be able to recognize a call. The same thing with skills. You won't have certain skills until you see your mother or an older creature of your same species do the skill. So I'm working on that very realistic thing to where it's like you're literally going to need to live the life of a young animal and kind of you play the role is how you kind of get into the whole realism thing. You play the role of the creature. What they're doing is learning from their mothers. So you're gonna want to before you'll be able to do certain things, you have to observe your mother doing it. So that system's not active yet, but it's getting in place. I need to see what the questions are real quick. Alright, so I'm seeing what I wanted to see here. Oh, let me demonstrate something to you real quick. Watch this. So, I'm not touching anything, right? But I'm walking. That's auto walk. I can turn it off. I can turn it on. It's a function of autopilot, right? Let me show you how it works. On the left side of the screen, by the way, remember this HUD is temporary. On the left side of the screen, there are 3 autopilot functions you can use, and they are mapped to the number keys. Number 7 is auto walk. You press 7, you walk in any direction without touching anything. You can look around while you walk. This is intended for stuff like traveling long distances, like migrations and stuff like that. You just let it kind of just walk forward, but like it doesn't turn or anything, it just walks straight, right? So you can turn that off. You can also press 8 and you will auto walk towards your mother. So whichever direction mom is in, I'm gonna walk towards her now. And now this one will turn. So if mom is walking in front of you and she goes right, you won't keep walking. If she turns, she'll turn with her. And then the last one that you have is number 9, which is auto walk to destination. If you don't have a destination, it won't go anywhere. But like that's like for the first part of your life, your mom is setting all the destinations. So that navigation point right next to the home icon, it says navigation 1 kilometer. That is set by your mother because she's the leader of the group. Later on, you'll be able to set your own navigation points when you're like an adult, and you can set your own navigation, and all the other animals will pretty much do whatever you want them to do because you're the boss. But it's one feature that I wanted to experiment with. What's happening here? God dang, I gotta fix that. They're such an eyesore. Okay, so here's one thing I want to note. You heard that crow? That was actually an alert call. They only do that when they see a lion or a predator. So if you notice, there is a lion nearby. Is this mom? No, that's not mom. So you kind of want to pay attention. The other ones that you listen to are the guinea fowls. They also call. Let me answer the questions while I'm here. Let's see here. Allie's going to bed. All right. Thanks for stopping by, Allie. Appreciate all the questions. See you next time. Will there be weather like snow, thunder, rain, etc. in the game? That would be a yes. All of those. Allie says, oh, I already read that one. Qualified says, so with personalities, I would assume some animals would be more tolerant while chasing out a challenger, while on the other hand, a more aggressive animal would give less warning and be quicker to attack. That would be correct. However, I'm working hard right now on that first part. The warning is a part of the challenge. So in order to initiate a challenge, they're going to need to send a warning call. And you could potentially scare them off with a warning call, not just challenges for territory or alpha status, but like you could potentially, that's mom, you could potentially scare off predators too. So if predators are hunting you and you intimidate them with your aggressive or warning call, you could potentially stop a hunt before it even starts too, or discourage it. Ooh, there's an error here. There's 2 songs playing at once. One of these songs went way too long. Alright, let me test one more thing. But yeah, the personalities do affect what an animal's willing to do and how they're willing to go about it and how much energy they'll put into it. So some animals will hunt longer than others. That's affected by not just their stats like stamina and persistence and stuff, but also their personality. And the same thing applies to challenges. Qualify says, "Oh my god, I love how cautious the buffalo is." Yep. Yeah, one of the things that I worked hard on is setting up the system for eye contact, because it's a form of communication. You want to know if an animal is paying attention to you, because that's how, when you want to single out an animal for communication, which I'm setting that up. I'm going to do it with an icon first, because it's hard for you to really, unless I have like a laser focus, which I don't want to do. I want to set up, like, so you're focusing your communication on one thing, and then when you're not focused on one thing, it's like an AOE thing, so anything in an area that can hear you, you're communicating with it. But yeah, I want to, are we frozen? I don't hear any like ambience. Oh, I hadn't clicked on the thing. Full group this time. Waking me up. There are a lot of HUDs on the screen at the first. I gotta have those off till the cinematic ends. I like it without the icons. It's also still loading a little bit. Probably could make that last a little longer. Okay. Oh, the size issues on this version. You have some adults have the wrong size. So that's an error. But yeah, so for the communication, the eye contact is what you're referring to with how cautious they were, because you can see they were looking at the lion. They can look at whatever they want to. They can look at things that concern them. Like the lion is something they would look at. An animal challenging another animal, like if there's a commotion, they can look in that direction and just stay focused on that. Like that's also very important for getting the realism across. Another error I'm seeing is some of these animals didn't get a name. So some of them say no name. That's just to show you that they should have a name. The lion over there. You will notice they look over from time to time. Some of these animations are only because I'm dropping frames, so ignore that. It'll look smoother for you. But yeah, the communication is important, so I want them, at least for the time being, to have to initiate a challenge by sending out their warning call. So you have a chance to back down if you want to. If you don't back down, and they've already warning called you, they may decide to attack you. They also may decide not to attack you, because I want some animals to just be more bark than bite. So maybe they'll warning call, they'll get closer to you, they'll warning call again, but then they don't actually go through with it. So if you're the alpha and you're getting challenged, you may just be able to just stay in charge just by standing there and not doing anything, and just seeing if they're gonna attack you. If they back down, which, you know, they're either gonna attack or they're gonna back down, that means you win by default. So you, just because you get challenged doesn't mean you have to run in and go ahead and attack. They may not actually have the courage to go forward and actually hit you. All of those are possibilities. I'm also going to fix this, because if you notice, that lion is just drinking right there next to those elephants and not really bothered by it. Same thing with the rhinos. That was the monkey that I mentioned is in the game. Somewhere in the bushes. We're also gonna get the water dripping from the mouth at some point. Mike says, I feel more in Africa in the Great Circle than in any Mali. Is that Mali? Really? I think it has to do with the graphics, the sound of the environment, and the animation. Everything is better. What do you think? Oh man, that's such a compliment. Thank you. Buffalo's looking through me. It's actually not as good as it can be. So I'm glad that you like it, but I can do a lot better. Wait until I get a lot more of these other kinds of birds in here. They do different calls. So like the hornbills, or some other types of crane that do really good ambience calls. But I'm not going to put sounds in that the animals are not there to create the sounds, because like I mentioned, there are no generated sounds. Every sound is coming from the creature. If I don't have the creature, then the sound's not in. If you don't hear anything, then there are no animals around. I did put a counter in recently. Like, there is a nearby NPC counter, top right hand side of the screen, and it I guess my face is over it, but it tells you how many creatures are nearby. Not how many are in the world, because then it's gonna be like 3,000, but like it's gonna tell you how many are close. Right now there are 23 animals close. This is like a good way to help keep track of how much the animals are impacting your performance. I've gotten a really high number and like didn't really notice any difference in performance. We've gotten it pretty. We've made really good improvements with how many creatures can be on the screen doing stuff. I got like over 50. And it was performing. It's actually performing better than this. I'm streaming right now, so it actually looked a little better. But like, we can now have like large numbers of animals and stuff you can't even see. Like that bird that just jumped into the air just now. Where is it? There's a cicada right here. Let me see if I can show you the cicada. Hard to see him in the grass, but like if you're a meerkat, this is where that would be. Like you would see them as well as I can see the buffalo right now. There's a cicada right here somewhere. If I walk over here, I bet I can trample him. There it is. You see it? There it is. Like I said, no fake sounds. All the sounds come from real animals. That's an AI just like the buffalo are. Look at it came from that direction. There might be two of them. This one's drinking. Oh, his mane is messed up right now. He shouldn't be that close. I'm gonna work on that, but like I think his mane is kind of bugging out. This is like blending in with the it's moving correctly, but it's catching the light in a weird way. And he's right next to the buffalo, so we gotta fix that. But I'm liking how this is turning out. Like the first ritual that you learn is the morning drink. Like everything comes down to the watering hole. There are some of the birds right there that you hear. It's just on the backs of some of the animals. Or the face. Because there's one right there on his face. And they serve a function. They're supposed to be eating ticks and stuff. I need to get them on the player. They don't go on the player yet. Technically, I'm not supposed to get any until I get dirty. So my grooming and hygiene are full. If I get dirty, then they should be on me. But I can also wash the dirt off by just going into the water here. So like you see how that went down, the grooming stat went down, so like it's like 90 or 85%. If I go deep in the water here. Well, actually I just crashed the game. Don't go deeper in the water. That's because the swimming function isn't working yet. So I actually just crashed the game. Alright, well actually I got all the info I needed just now. Qualified Chief says rhinos are blind, right? Well, they have really bad vision. Will this make them super aggro in real life? In the game, you mean? They will have eventually a more aggressive temperament. Yes. Right now, though, they tend to not be that dangerous, but I am going to make them pretty dangerous. Sure. This combat thing is going to affect a lot of things a little differently. Number one, the predators are going to be actively hunting. Right now, they don't really hunt; they just eat dead stuff. But they're going to hunt once I'm done with this, and then the other animals that should be more aggressive, like the buffalo, the rhinos, and stuff, they're going to become a lot more aggressive. You'll notice. Ecosystem is fire. Yep, that's the whole thing. That's the whole feature of it. The, the biggest feature is all the features combined into one. That's the ecosystem. We hit 4 hours. Well, that's a long ass time. I am probably gonna end the stream pretty soon. Qualified Chief says, first I thought the game was about bigger animals and whatnot. I still thought it was amazing, but you have literally added even bugs and bug gameplay. Absolutely, man. Nothing else compares to the depth that we're going for. Nothing else. I mean, what else are you gonna eat? Honestly, if you're gonna be a meerkat or something, you're probably gonna want um, bugs to hunt. So I gave you something to hunt and how to find them. You just listen. You can, you got surround sound. So as long as you're not in mono mode, you can kind of zero in on where the cicadas are coming from, or the grasshoppers, or crickets. I also have rhino beetles. I'm working on dungs, the dung beetles. I want them to be able to like roll the poop around. I know how to do it. It's just I just need the time. But I got the physics of it down. Oh yeah, let me double check the we gotta get back to the combat music. I can't believe that I haven't gotten the combat music working because it's like I expected to do the HUD and the combat music like within 30 minutes, and I literally took 4 hours. So I need to get ready to end the stream because it does slow me down a bit. But I love talking about this game, as I mentioned. It's easy for me to just go on and on and on. Qualified Chief says to think you could do something like this with like only do something like this with AI is why no other game has attempted this because players tend to be more generalized and stick to certain animals, which would destroy an ecosystem so vast. Yeah, I mean, it's easier to manage, because with AI you can program them. Players you can't really program them. You put them in an environment, but eventually players are going to get bored and they're going to just start breaking the illusion for everyone else. So I wanted to base this game mostly on AI because it's like that's something you can reliably get the same experience each time, or you get a reliably believable experience every time. Because the AI are gonna get bored and then start teabagging players and stuff. But actually, I am doing stuff like programming play. So like the baby animals will play with each other, and I think animals should do weird stuff sometimes just to keep it interesting and like to just make it a little bit harder to predict. But yeah, it's hard to. I think it would be harder to like maintain or design a game for a player base supposed to be playing the roles of the creatures because it's like you can't control players. So all right, where's my sim? Where's my simulation? But we're gonna get multiplayer. I'm actually really close to probably doing the co-op. So you'll at least have co-op where you can play with your friends. Because what I'm gonna do is basically in your menu you'll be able to set a password, right? And when you have friends that you want to play with, they're basically gonna be spawning with you and be in your herd, that kind of thing. So you'll just share the password with them. You can change the password whenever you want, but it's just a way that people can see your server or see your game session and join it if you give them permission by sharing your password with them. They'll join you, and then after that, the multiplayer thing will be more of a private server affair. So that's gonna be a different thing. The limit for co-op, I'm not sure, but like I think what I'm gonna do is like count upwards. So I think I'll just do a pair of players, and then three, four, five, six, and then however many it makes sense to put on a peer-to-peer connection like that. Because I don't believe I'm going to do that with a private server yet. Not unless like we can get the community to buy the server because we don't. There's no server. They do a fundraiser to just get a server so we can have a private one. Then the thing is, it's like, what if the server fills up? We're gonna end up very quickly needing two servers, and then like we need one in North America, we need one in Europe, we need one in Australia. Then it's gonna be like Path of Titans. But I'm gonna do the co-op thing first because you don't really need multiple servers for that. I'm going to see if I can make it so that you can bring whatever character you've made into another person's session. Kind of like if you remember playing Pokemon back in the day, like when you want to do battles, you battle with the Pokemon that you've already raised. Like if you raise one to level 43 or whatever, you take that level 43 and you battle another person on their Game Boy with your level 43. Like you don't have to raise a new one. I like the idea of raise your animal or wherever you want to, and then if you want to bring it into a session somewhere else, you can bring it in. But if it dies, it's dead. It's dead everywhere. You can't bring it back. So you got to try to keep it alive. Mike says, will there be... Wait, did I miss one? Let me see here. Oh, I agree. Humans are just naturally chaotic. Yep. The sometimes, man, I remember when I was playing the Isle, like sometimes I would just get tired of freaking typing with people in the chat. So I was one of the more quiet players who would just be doing the behaviors and stuff. But like people would like, it's just I feel like I'm stopping playing to type to people, and I know you got to communicate, but it's like that's why I got more into the Discord and talking. But it's like the typing thing is just annoying sometimes, man. Sometimes I just want to play. I want to have to. You know what I mean? Can I just role play? Can't I just meet you the way a dinosaur or a creature would? You know, and just we just do the stuff. You know, that's why I got so much into the AI, because I started to. That's one of the things that I disliked about. Well, I enjoyed the sharing the gameplay with other people, but I felt like that was like an opportunity to explore. Like, what if the whole world was just AI and they were like real animals? They had their own agency and they can just make decisions for themselves, and the world was vast, and it founded the core principles and foundations of this. Mike says, will there be vast jungles and swamps and stuff in the game? Absolutely, sure. There's many different biomes. I don't know how long this simulation is gonna take to load, but maybe I can find a video quick of one of the jungles. There's caves you can be in this video. And this is a cave in the middle of a freaking field somewhere. Basically an elephant. Coming out. There's a jungle. This is on the side of a mountain. So you get towards the bottom and there's like a bushed area that you're in before you get out. This is a bushy area before, and there's no trees in this little area, but like plenty you can explore. It's one of the advantages of having such a big map. I could do different biomes and stuff everywhere. Kind of scary. The snake is barely visible. Yep, scary for everyone except the snake. Because if you're the snake, you basically nothing can see you. So it's easier for you. This is where you would do your killing, right? Because they can't. you can't catch a rabbit because it's faster. But if you see a rabbit in one of those areas, they can't see you, so they don't start running until it's too late, and you can just reach out and snatch one. That's where you'd actually start to get your food. Or if the grass is taller than you are. I guess I didn't make too many jungle videos. There's a stampede. For whoever was asking about the stampedes earlier. I don't know, there's a lot of videos and I don't know exactly where to look, but it should come up if I need. There we go, there's a jungle. So this is on one of the mountains. This is Mount Mukangale. It was like the northeast region. You can't get on the big map right now until I put the optimization in. But this is one of 20 something regions. Each region is very, very, very big, but this mountain was so big that it was a region in and of itself. So you can actually see on the mountain going down to like a jungle area. Oh, my simulation loaded. Second. Okay. Alright, well, I think I need to go ahead and end the stream because I got a little more work to do before I go to sleep. And I still haven't fixed the combat music, so. There are lots of good combat tracks in the game. Anyways, so I think we're going to cut it there. I want to thank everyone for the questions. Don't forget, The Great Circle is available on Steam. The demo is free. You can download it, add it to your library. I update it pretty regularly, almost every day. And don't forget to hit the add to your wish list for the early access so you'll be notified once the full game is on sale. You can also join the Discord. It is linked in the description below. Don't forget the Great Circle is on YouTube, Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, Steam, TikTok, everywhere. Either follow the link in the description or type in the Great Circle anywhere and it comes up. Thanks for everyone for the question. Don't forget, you can always join the broadcasts for the live streams for the live development, and I'll answer questions on the stream. Good talking to you guys. Appreciate it. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your night, day, and I will see you next time. No problem, Qualified Cheese. I love doing it. Talk to you later.